And now our conference is streaming on our YouTube channel. And we will go ahead and get started. We welcome everyone to the second day of the annual Governor's Office of Disability Affairs Conference. We had a great day yesterday, full of information, 4 sessions. And today we'll have 5 sessions, and we're kicking it off with Lillian DeJean, who is a tremendous advocate, and we are lucky to have her work with us in the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs. But before Lillian begins, just want to acknowledge a few people. First off, acknowledge our staff, which includes Lillian. This conference is incredible, and the organization was a gigantic task. And so I want to thank Lillian and Jamar and Melanie for all of their work. You will be hearing from all 3 of them throughout the conference through their moderations of several of our sessions. Also want to thank Governor Edwards for his support of this conference and the disability community and our issues. And that extends to our colleagues throughout the governor's office who are so helpful for anything that we ask of them. And this conference is, we're able to put on this conference because all of our presenters volunteer their time and their talents and their knowledge. We do not pay any of our presenters. They, everyone just, that's presenting feels, the need to be able to have this opportunity to share and communicate all of this information. And so we really thank them. Also, we want to thank Deaf Focus for providing our interpreters throughout the conference. We really appreciate our partnership with Deaf Focus. And so, without further ado, I am going to the need to be able to have this opportunity. I apologize. To share and communicate all of this information. I apologize for that. I clicked on our YouTube channel when I was hearing my voice in the background. So without further ado, I want to introduce Lillian DeJean. And Lillian is a proud disabled person from Broussard, Louisiana. Lillian, as I said, currently works in our office in the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs and serves on the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council as the first youth ever appointed. Lillian believes that in order to cultivate a new generation of self-advocates, authentic conversations surrounding empowerment, disability history, and disability culture must take place. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to you, Lillian.
Hello, everyone. It's really good to see you guys here today. I'm going to share my screen because I have a PowerPoint. Let's see. I am notoriously bad at sharing my screen, so please bear with me. Okay, can everyone see that? Hey, Miss Bambi, can you see this?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome, thank you. So hi, like Miss Bambi said, my name is Lillian DeJean. I'm a self-advocate from Broussard, Louisiana. I love plants, cats, languages, among other things, but I especially love disability history and culture. So during my session today, we'll be chatting about disability history and culture and its relevance to our community today. So our objectives for today's session is 1, begin reshaping and rethinking disability as a natural phenomenon. 2, increase our awareness of the disability community's unique history. 3, recognize that the disability community has its own unique culture. And 4, the empowerment of individuals in the disability community comes from putting people with disabilities in positions of influence. Throughout the presentation, I'm going to provide you with what I'm calling a moment to stop and think. I want you to take the time to really consider the question that is presented, maybe take some notes on your thoughts. We'll have about 10 minutes at the end of the presentation dedicated to question and answers. We know pervasive across society. It doesn't against race, gender, sexuality, socioeconomic status, religion, or any other category that we can create. Disability is not necessarily a good or a bad thing. It just is. It's a part of human existence across the globe. Of course, there can be a secondary aspect of disability like physical pain, atrophy, immobility, or disorientation. These are often considered negative consequences of disability. And with the current discussion, I'm not suggesting that we minimize these experiences. I do, however, think that by recognizing disability as a natural yet valuable part of the human existence, we can slowly begin to shift the perspective of mainstream society. Through researching the topics of disability culture and history, I've discovered that the respect, inclusion, and success of individuals with disabilities is directly related to how society views the condition of being disabled. For example, many indigenous tribes didn't have a word for disability in their language. Viewed individuals as possessing unique gifts and talents, and these were their specific contributions to the community that no other person could offer. This is the purest representation of disability being neutral. They literally had no word for disability. Disability was simply considered one piece to the whole. Before we dive any deeper into our history, though, I want to share a couple personal experiences. By doing so, I hope you'll see that I'm weaving a thread through our shared experience of the present to the events of the past. My disability is incredibly fluid and unstable. There are days that I require the use of a wheelchair, but some days I can walk. Some days it's difficult for me to have a conversation with a friend, and sometimes I can attend professional meetings and actively participate. The equipment I use varies by the day, and so does my ability level. What this means is that I know what it's like to walk through this world and be treated as if I were able-bodied, because on certain days I can pass. But on other days, I walk through this world visibly disabled, and these two experiences are drastically different. And this can bring a lot of confusion to my interpersonal relationships, because when the look or presentation of my disability changes, people get confused and don't know how to interact with me. I recently took a sociology class, and this would be considered a master status. This idea or this thing about you that overrides everything else. So whenever I look visibly disabled, that's all people can see generally. If I show up one day with no equipment, I'm asked about how my college is going, about my job or my plans for the week. But if I show up with my ventilator, the conversation steers to how I'm doing. And not in a, hey, how you doing, but how are you today? Ironically enough, other people's perceptions of my abilities are more of a hindrance than my actual disability. If the building were 100% accessible, my wheelchair wouldn't be an issue. If I had live captioning, attending lectures or meetings also would not be an issue. The problem with my disability often lies within other people, their perceptions and their biases, and not my body. And modern disability theory, this is generally thought of the social model of disability. The idea that disability is created socially, because if the world were accessible, my disability would cease to be an issue. It's not necessarily a deficit within my body, but the world around me. And my personal examples, you may have noticed: 1, assumptions of ability; 2, assumptions of disability; 3, how these assumptions guide other people's interactions with me, and how these assumptions form other people's expectations of me. I share these experiences because I think they're common within our community. When we explore the events of the past, I think you'll notice connections and shared experiences between what we are experiencing today and what our ancestors experienced in the past. I want to provide you with an outline of a few specific moments in our disability history. The events we talk about will be discussed in chronological order, and there may be some words used that today are no longer considered appropriate. In no way do I support using these terms, but when discussing historical events, it serves to illuminate the plight of our community and the progress that we've made. All of these events speak to a larger story and a larger theme, and I want you to begin thinking about the key concepts that tie all of these events together. Let's start during the Civil War. The Invalid Corps were a military reserve organization created by the Union for partially disabled veterans to perform light duties. It was unexpected that they would ever see battle again, but fate held a different plan. Here's an excerpt from a book called A Disability History of the United States by Kim Nielsen, which describes this event. Charles Johnson, whose wartime injuries left him disabled, led the Invalid Corps troops into major combat with Confederate forces in June of 1864. In the midst of the battle, Colonel Johnson's commander sought reassurance from Johnson that his men would not retreat. He asked Johnson via messenger, "Will your invalids stand?" "Tell the general," Johnson replied with deadpan humor, "that my men are cripples and they cannot run." His troops' successes delighted Johnson, especially as their success ran counter to the stereotypes about disability. Disabilities have shared the same sick sense of humor for hundreds of years. Further, it's important to note that these soldiers were successful because they were put in a situation with high expectations, and they were utilized in capacity because of their ability and not discounted because of their disability. Their leader believed in their skills and they succeeded in a tremendous way. Aren't these the opportunities that we still advocate for today? In the United States from 1867 to 1974, there were laws in place making it illegal for, quote, any person who is diseased, maimed, or deformed in any way, so as to be unsightly or a disgusting object, to expose him or herself to public view, close quote. Exceptions were made only if these people were used as an example to the public and reason for further segregation. This legislation was deemed the ugly laws. It was quite literally illegal for visibly disabled individuals to be seen in public. And we can still see this stigma in being visibly disabled today. Obviously, we're not being arrested for it, but who hasn't felt the stigma of going in public in a wheelchair or event? I would love to just be able to go to Costco with my ventilator and not have everyone freak out that a real life disabled person has walked into the room. I could fill this whole session with unwarranted comments from strangers. On the flip side, people with invisible disabilities face stigma for not being disabled enough. I've heard countless stories of my chronically ill friends parking in a disabled parking spot and receiving nasty notes on their windshield or being confronted from strangers about faking. Isn't it incredible how you can trace themes of stigma throughout history? Now we're moving along to the 1960s and 1970s and diving into the independent living movement. It started with a group of students with disabilities led by Ed Roberts on the UC Berkeley campus. They began the independent living movement from a desire to have greater access and freedom as adults living a self-directed life. In 1972, the student group moved from campus into the community and founded the first independent living center in the country. The website for the Vermont Center for Independent Living says, the independent living and disability rights movement that grew out of this was unique in two critical ways. First, people with disabilities were in charge of their own advocacy organization. People with disabilities moved away from the charity-based model that dominated many existing disability organizations. Second, people with various types of disabilities began to join together in their advocacy efforts. What we can learn from this movement is that by respecting individuals' rights to direct their own lives, we create an authentic and inclusive community, not one that is fabricated by what others think is best and stripped of independence, risk, and natural consequences. We should also keep in mind that working in silos doesn't help to push our movement forward. The silo comparison can apply to agencies that serve the disability community, disability-specific groups, and the parent-professional self-advocate collaborations. Cross-disability advocacy, as we can see in our examples here, have proven to be timeless and highly effective. Keep in mind the independent living movement happened in the early 1970s, early to mid. On the tail end of the student-led movement came the legislation and advocacy that would continue to build on their momentum. So what is that legislation that we're talking about? In 1973, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act was developed by Congress to protect the rights of people with disabilities in any program receiving federal funds. Despite being developed and written, 4 years passed without it being signed into law. So, in the words of the press at the time, a small army of the handicapped moved into the health, education, and welfare buildings across the country. This happened on April 5th to pressure the Hugh Secretary, Joseph Califano, into finally signing 504. The sit-ins weren't easy for the protesters by any means. The longest sit-in lasted 28 days. The momentum of the cross-disability advocacy movement was still going. But I want us to take a moment to consider the physical needs of the various disabilities. Some people went without backup ventilators or catheters. These people had to rig a fridge out of a cardboard box taped to an air conditioner to keep their medications cold. And I don't want to overlook the contributions of the non-disabled advocacy groups either. The Black Panthers provided hot meals. Women's rights groups and LGBT groups also lent.
Just a moment, everyone. Seems like Lillian has some audio. Lillian is working on getting reconnected. Just give her a moment. Hi, everyone. Lillian just had some technical difficulties. She will be on in just a moment. And see, Lillian has joined us again.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Lillian.
Okay. Can you tell me where I dropped off? Because I'm not entirely sure where the connection was lost.
Can you put your slide? Oh, can you put the slides back up?
Does this look familiar?
It was it was only a minute before I think you realized.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll start at the Section 504 protests. So I'm going to move this phone hotspot over here. Everyone hearing with me. So in 1973, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation by Congress to protect the rights of people with disabilities in any program receiving federal funds. Despite being developed and written 4 years past without it being signed into law. So the handicapped moved into the health, education, and welfare buildings across the country on April 5th to pressure Hugh Secretary Joseph Califano into finally signing Section 504. The sit-ins weren't easy for the protesters, with the longest sit-in lasting 28 days. They literally moved into the building for 28 days. The momentum of the cross-disability advocacy movement was still going. But I want to take a moment to consider the physical needs of the various disabilities. The paraplegics needed personal care assistants to turn them. Some people went without backup ventilators or catheters. They had to rig a fridge out of a cardboard box taped to an air conditioner to keep their medications cold. And I don't want to overlook the contributions of the non-disabled advocacy groups either. The Black Panthers provided hot meals. Women's rights groups and LGBT groups also lended their help. Their help was absolutely critical to the success of the sit-ins. This demonstrated the understanding that disability does not discriminate and that everyone deserves equality and respect. It's about building a better community for everyone. And they succeeded. On April 28, 1977, Section 504 was signed. Judith Heumann explained, through the sit-in, we turned ourselves from being oppressed individuals into empowered people. We demonstrated to the entire nation that disabled people could take control over our own lives and take leadership in the struggle for equality. There's a documentary on Netflix that outlines how the 504 sit-in played out and what happened as a result by interviewing key players in this protest. It's called Crip Camp, and there's nothing better that you can invest 1.5 hours of your time into. So like I mentioned before, it's available on Netflix, but you can also access it on YouTube as well. Another vital piece of legislation is the Americans with Disabilities Act, which we're celebrating the anniversary of this week. While the Rehab Act only protected people with disabilities from discrimination in public arenas, the ADA covers both the private and public sectors. It gives broad protection from discrimination across the board, and I think that's definitely worth celebrating. One of the most notable moments in disability history was the Capitol Crawl. This was one of the major catalysts for the ADA being passed into law after being stalled in Congress for 2 years. My cat has joined us, so everyone please say hello to Cecilia. She's a big fan of disability history as well. The ADA Legacy section of the state of Minnesota's government website. This protest was intended to openly illustrate the struggles that people in the disability communities face and spurred Congress to pass the ADA. About over 1,000 protesters watched as members of ADAPT threw themselves out of their wheelchairs and began to crawl up the steps of DC's West Capitol entrance. Together, the march and the crawl comprised one of the largest disability direct actions to date. The ADAPT protesters actually got a lot of flack from the media. A lot of people thought this protest to be undignified, but in reality, it was a raw and emotional representation of what people with disabilities have to face on a day-to-day basis. And I think it was also a representation of our strength as a community. And it worked. Congress noticed, though I think it would be of disabled people crawling up the steps of DC's West Capitol entrance. The ADA was finally passed on July 26 of 1990. These are historical examples of people with disabilities fighting for the ability to create a self-determined future. I don't want to give the impression that these are the only notable moments in disability history. I want to encourage you to do your own research and learn about the events and leaders of our past. Because our past, it is so rich. Here's a moment to stop and think. Let's take a moment to reflect on our current advocacy efforts. Are we seeing similar trends today that connect what we're fighting for now to all of these key points that we see in history? I'm going to set a timer for 1 minute so we can think about this. Please type your answers in the chat. I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
And Lillian, I will monitor YouTube so people can put their comments on YouTube if that's where they're viewing from.
Thank you. All right, so it's been about 1 minute. I am not going to turn my camera back on just so the presentation can continue to run smoothly on my really bad Wi-Fi. Let's see. Our history serves as a foundation for our current cultural identity. I'll use Louisiana as an example. Louisianians are proud people. We love our food, our music, our faith. There are things about our history that are moments of pride and moments of shame. We have to know our history, the good and the bad, to fully understand where we are and where we want to be. The same goes for our disability community. When asked what disability culture is, my friend Will Watkins from Oklahoma describes it perfectly. He says that disability culture is a unifying sense of both identity and pride. We have our own history, language, and community. Why not be proud of where we come from while we attempt to join the world? Think about it. Here is another moment to stop and think. What comes to mind when you hear the phrase disability culture? Once again, I would love to see your thoughts in the chat.
Lillian, would you like for me to share the comments from YouTube now, or would you like to wait?
Absolutely.
Okay, so some of the issues that we were brought up. Or we're seeing similar struggles for access throughout COVID. What about the Voting Rights Act amendment of 1982, when disability was included along with other protected groups? We are seeing civil rights movements across a broad spectrum. I see parallels with the Black Lives Matter movement and how these protests have been viewed by different sides. Lillian is highlighting a myriad of issues faced by people with disabilities and the great advocacy work that has gotten us to this point. We have a long way, and I'm hopeful for the future. Uniqueness, individuality, rich history and full of great people making positive change, and segregation as though it belongs to those people with disabilities alone. And our personal beliefs, traditions, characteristics, the override the veto movement to override Governor Jindal's veto of $40 million for disability services in 2013. And that's it.
Thank you for reading those comments. You can't see it right now, but I was nodding all along to that input. I especially love the descriptions of disability culture. I think disability culture is an incredibly unique phenomenon, and I think it is incredibly special and something that we should really value. I go to an event called Campfire every now and then, and it's hosted in Oklahoma virtually. And it's essentially a bunch of people with disabilities getting together and socializing. And there's something so uniquely special about it because disability isn't necessarily a thing. It's a thing when we need to accommodate each other or need to take more time listening to a certain individual, or perhaps if we're talking about themes such as segregation or discrimination. But otherwise, it's not relevant. And that, I think, is incredibly beautiful, being able to recognize our differences, but understand that it doesn't overpower every single other attribute of ours. So thank you, everyone who gave your input in the chat, and I would love for that to keep going. So at its core, it's a celebration of the uniqueness of disability. It's taking pride in who you are, who your children are, not despite of disability, but who you are with disability. The spirit of the disability community over and over has consistently thrived in settings made to dampen it. Louisiana was home to the nation's only institution for Hansen's disease, and this was formerly known as a leprosarium. Despite being totally isolated from general society, the people there still created their own sense of community by forming a baseball team, a newspaper, which is still in print today, and even a Mardi Gras crew, as you can see on the screen. Think back to the success of the Hugh sit-ins. Individuals with all different types of disabilities thrived in a setting in which they would normally suffer and decline. Instead, they achieved landmark success. I want to take a moment to step back and recognize that despite the positive communities formed, examples of segregation, isolation, and forced helplessness have defined the way mainstream society interacts with individuals with disabilities. Going back to our victors in the Invalid Corps, they were forced to wear their own distinct uniforms, visibly separating them from the rest of the military. In a final report, Captain J.W. DeForest, the last commander of the Corps, wrote these observations about the uniforms. The uniform was becoming, but has never been popular. The men did not like to be distinguished from their comrades of the active service by a particular costume. They wanted to keep the dark blue blouse and dress coat in which they had learned their profession and received their honorable disabilities. Just think back to the ugly laws we discussed earlier. These were yet another embodiment of segregation. Our history is rampant with themes of imposed isolation, helplessness, and segregation because disability is still considered abnormal, undesirable, and at the very least uncomfortable. So how do we start to shift this narrative? By teaching our disability history and fostering our own disability culture here today, we are learning about where we've been, appreciating our uniqueness, and recognizing the changes that still need to be made. In order to advocate today, we need to have a measure of where we've been and where we want to go. We are creating a reflection of the world we want to live in, a world without imposed isolation or helplessness. We must ask ourselves, if we need to take measure, who has the measuring stick? How do we own our own future and set expectations if we don't even know where we've come from? Stephen E. Brown says, "For years we have discussed integration like it was our business to fit in with mainstream society. As we become more aware of our own unique gifts, some of us have also become more convinced that this is a backwards perspective. It is absolutely not our job to fit into mainstream society. Rather, it is our destiny to demonstrate to mainstream society that it is to their benefit to figure out that we come attached to our wheelchairs, our ventilators, our canes, our hearing aids, etc. And to receive the benefit of our knowledge and experience, mainstream society needs to figure out not how we fit in, but how we can be of benefit exactly the way we are. If we want to successfully shift the way that society thinks about disability, we have to do it ourselves. The first step to this is through a broad increase of self-determination and empowerment throughout our community. Because if you don't believe that you have something worth saying, chances are you're not going to share it. By giving people with disabilities the tools to determine their own lives, we are by extension empowering them to speak up about the world they want to see. Let's take a step back and think about where we primarily get our disability-related information from. Is it people with disabilities? Are we putting people with disabilities in positions of influence? The author of Care Work states, "I've been asked to do disability and access trainings by well-meaning organizations that want the checklists, the 10 things they can do to make things accessible. I know if they do these things without changing their inner worlds that see disabled people as sad or stupid or refuse to see those of us already in their lives, they can have all the ASL and ramps in the world, and we won't come where we're not loved, needed, and understood as leaders, not just people they must begrudgingly provide services for." When we do research, we talk about primary and secondary sources. A quick Google search will say that a primary source gives you direct access to your subject of research. A secondary source describes, interprets, or synthesizes primary sources. People with disabilities are primary sources. I want you to start taking note on how many conversations about disability are had without people with disabilities. I feel like my story has been told by everyone but me. And what message is this sending to our people with disabilities? If we learn that information on disability is not taught by primary sources, not taught by us, we will never become empowered enough to tell our own stories. And then, who does our youth with disabilities get to look up to? Where are the role models for them? Empowerment is an overused term, devoid of much meaning. A good friend of mine described it as trying to grab onto smoke. We use this term, we know empowerment is possible, but do we really know what it means? Is it really possible with the way our community is currently structured? We can start to shift this narrative by prioritizing the voices of individuals with disabilities first, by putting them in positions of power and of influence. Because our perspective and our culture, it's so rich and it's so important. And I feel like as people with disabilities, the world will tell you a lot of things. I was told that I was unemployable, and people have questioned why I want to go to school because people think I'm too disabled to learn sometimes. But whenever you're empowered as a person with a disability and you're equipped with your community's culture and history, you understand that you can start to build a different narrative for yourself, one that is directed by you and not by anyone else, and certainly not by the world. And so I want to close with a quote from Cheryl Marie Wade. Disability culture. Say what? Aren't disabled people just isolated victims of nature or circumstance? Yes and no. True, we are far too often isolated, locked away in pits, closets, and institutions everywhere. But there is a growing consciousness among us because there is always an underground. Notes get passed among survivors, and the notes we are passing these days say there is power in difference. Power, pass the word. Culture, it's about passing the word. And disability culture is passing the word that there's a new definition of disability, and it includes power. I want to thank you for spending this time with me today. My hope is that you walk away with a greater understanding of our history and culture, and with the knowledge that we all share this history. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And if anyone has any questions, I would be happy to answer them, or even thoughts about our history and our culture.
Lillian, I can share a few of our comments that we have on our YouTube channel. So disability culture is a community of strong-minded folks who are determined to be a part of society. I'm not thinking of how I myself think about it. I'm thinking about how someone without a disability might see it. I don't mean to undervalue disability culture, but it is valuable only when it is understood that the culture can belong to anybody. The laws have changed for the good, but community attitude has not caught up. The fight continues. When I think of disability culture, I think of communities coming together to promote to the best of our ability the mental and physical health of all citizens, looking back to move forward. Are we really putting people with disabilities in position of influence? Great food for thought. And then we also have some comments within our Zoom. A century ago, disability communities started in schools for the blind, the deaf, etc. I honestly never thought of disability, and this is another comment, I'm sorry. I honestly never thought of a disability as a culture. I have always just thought of my disability as something I deal with, and I have learned to work around in order to fit into the world. Like most, I make jokes about my own disabilities. I don't mind questions or anything, and it doesn't hinder me like it did when I was younger.
You know,
we just have to live like everyone else. And that's all the comments I see.
Thank you for reading those. One comment that particularly stands out to me is the one that says, I have never thought of disability as a culture. I've always just thought of my disability as something that I deal with and have learned to work around in order to fit into the world. I think it particularly sticks out to me because I very much relate to that. I didn't realize that we had a history until about 2 years ago. And the thought of us having our own culture is something that is very distinctly ours. Our culture is ours and ours only. Because I know whenever my disability is fluid and my presentation to the world changes, there are times that I would rather present myself to fit as able-bodied than not because it's easier, right? It's easier to walk through this world as a non-disabled person. That's just the reality of the situation. But disability culture says differently, that you don't necessarily have to fit in to be valuable, that you don't necessarily have to, tuck away your disability in order for your abilities to be seen. So thank you all for commenting and your input and for listening. I hope you guys enjoyed, and also I apologize for the internet issues. Again, that's just what happens when you live on 7 acres.
And I see our interpreter has her hand raised, Gail. Was that intentional? I'll lower it. Thank you so much, Lillian. You did an exceptional job, and really all the comments coming in are a great presentation. So thank you so much, Lillian. I just want to remind everyone that we have 4 more sessions, which will be just as great as the ones yesterday and the one you heard this morning from Lillian. And want to remind those of you on Zoom, I have put in the comments several times. If you can move to YouTube and view from YouTube, we appreciate it. We are almost at capacity within Zoom, and we want to make sure everyone has access. There are some of our participants who need Zoom, need to view within Zoom for accessibility issues. So if you can watch on YouTube, please transition over. That link is in the chat, and I will post it again in case you can't find it. Right now is a good time to make that transition because we have a break until 10:30. And I'll put on the screen our schedule for the rest of the day. If you're coming in and out of the conference and you see our schedule on the screen, you will know that we're between sessions. So thank you guys again, and we will see you at 10:30 for our next session. Hi, Glenn and Debbie. If you want to test your mic and your video now, you can do so.
Hey, y'all.
Good
And
to
please
see you.
excuse, I'm on headphones so that the fan that's next to me isn't totally blowing
No, you sound
everyone's.
good.
Okay.
Good.
And I'm going to be presenting the PowerPoint. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you should be able to share your screen. You should have that access to be able to do that.
That's what I was gonna try. I'm getting better with Zoom, but I am not 100%. There, share screen and
You just choose the.
the right one, yeah. And does that work?
That looks great.
Yes.
And Glenn, do you want to try your audio? I see you.
I just heard Glyn, I think. Glyn, I think you need to turn your audio up a little.
Oh,
Or just try talking.
can y'all hear me? Okay.
Yeah. So it seems everything works.
Yeah. And the presentation, it just so you know, is in PowerPoint. It can be put in PDF. It's screen reader accessible, all that stuff. Who should I send it to?
You can send it to me.
Okay.
Okay. Sounds like we're ready. You want to just keep this up on the screen? For now, we could cut off our cameras and video until about a minute or two before time to start. Hi, everyone. We will get started with our next presentation in about a minute. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the second session of the second day of the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs Conference. This presentation is Transition, Preparing for Life After High School. And this presentation is being presented by Disability Rights Louisiana. Glyn Butler is a program manager for CAP, and PABSS programs at Disability Rights. Ms. Butler has worked for Disability Rights Louisiana for 23 years, advocating for individuals with disabilities on issues related to special education, transition, employment, and rehabilitation services. Also, we have Debbie Weinberg, who is the Director of Community Advocacy at Disability Rights. And Ms. Weinberg has worked at Disability Rights Louisiana since July of 2010, and most recently as a managing attorney. She has represented people with disabilities in administrative hearings, mediations, state complaint proceedings, and federal court on a variety of issues with focus on Medicaid and special education. And you can see both their complete bios and the bios of all of our presenters at the link that you all have received. And without further ado, I will turn over this presentation to Ms. Weinberg and Ms. Butler.
Thank you, Bambi. Just to start, because it's a new habit I'm getting into, I want to, for those who are not accessing this presentation through a visual, I'm Deborah Weinberg. I am a middle-aged white woman with very curly hair and dark black glasses. I am sitting in an office with some diplomas around me, and I just remembered I am now wearing a suit jacket. And I'm gonna start us off here talking about transition. As a lawyer, I'm gonna kind of give you the legal background on why it's the law and what it is. And then I'm going to hand you over to Miss Butler, who is our practical end of things. She's been doing this for a while, as you heard, and she is definitely our expert on transition and employment and is very much the statewide expert on these services. So let me get us started here. First of all, for some of you, you may not have heard of Disability Rights Louisiana, but you may have heard of the Advocacy Center. So up until January of 2020, our agency was known as the Advocacy Center of Louisiana. We are the same place. Our name just now says a little more about who we are and what we do. Our mission is to protect and advocate for the human and legal rights of all children, adults, and seniors with disabilities, to empower our community to live an integrated life free from abuse, neglect, and exploitation. So as we're talking about here, we're talking about transition. And this is, we use the word transition in a lot of different ways in our everyday lives, as well as even in the education context. The transition we are talking about here today is the transition from high school life to whatever is going to come after for folks with disabilities. In today's agenda, what we're going to do is I'm first just going to do that real background on what is transition, go into legal rights, and then hand you over to Ms. Butler for how we can get good transition services, how you can get help with transition, and then of course, if we have time, questions. So just jumping into it, what is transition? So transition, as we're talking about it today, are the supports and services available to teenagers and young adults with disabilities to support them as they successfully move from our high school education system to whatever is going to be their goals and their life after that time period. As a lawyer, I always jump to the law stuff first, but I think it's important also for us to think about how broad this can be. So when we're talking about transition, a lot of times people focus only on things like employment readiness or getting a high school degree, things like that. But it can include everything from life skills to college readiness, assistive technology, internships, and those employment readiness skills. So I tried to get around it, but I got to tell you the law, because the law is the reason that not only is transition a great thing, but it's something that actually has to be there for our kids with disabilities and has to be offered. So where that is in the law, it's actually in federal law, and it's in federal law in two places. The first one is in the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, also known as the IDEA. For anyone who doesn't know what the IDEA is, the IDEA is what a lot of us refer to as special education in public or charter schools, okay? And the IDEA, the easy way to remember it is two of those letters are I in E. So if you think IEP, IDEA, IEP. So the IDEA applies to students who have IEPs or should have IEPs. The other one, and this is a bit of a mouthful, is the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 that people just call the Rehab Act. And it, as was amended by the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2014, or WIOA, as people will refer to it. Basically, what this is, the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 is very much a civil rights act for people with disabilities. Nice and simple. And the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2014 really added to the substance of it to make sure that we are not only just making sure people don't get discriminated against, but making sure that people with disabilities actually have the opportunity to be successful, integrated members of their community in the workforce. Okay, so I know there are a lot of words on these slides, and so I have also given a copy of this in PDF form to Bambi that can be sent around. If folks would like the full copy of it, there are legal sites and things on it as well. But basically under the IDEA, so for those IEP kids, Transition services are a coordinated set of activities designed within a results-oriented process that's focused on improving academic and functional achievement of the child with the disability to facilitate their movement to from school to post-school activities. Most important here is it's supposed to be based on the individual child's needs, taking into account their strengths, preferences, and interests. Okay, so this is not a one size fits all. Those plans are supposed to be really tailored to that student and what they need and want with their life. And Ms. Glyn will go into how you do that in a little bit. Also, make sure it isn't, even though this is within the school system. So IDEA, IEP means done by the school, basically in the school system, but it isn't just instruction. It can be related services, which could be anything from PT, OT, counseling, whatever that might be. It can be community experiences. It is developing employment and other post-school living objectives, and if appropriate, daily living skills and provision of functional vocational evaluation. So that's kind of the school end of things. And just to remember, transition has to be part of a student's IEP starting on the first IEP, where they will be 16 years old, and then updated annually thereafter. And that it must include measurable post-secondary goals based upon age-appropriate transition assessments, and it has to include all the services that are needed to assist the child in getting to those goals. Okay, so that's the school part out of the way. Those are the obligations of the school. The other half of this are the obligations under what's called WIOA, or the Rehab Act. And these are typically done by vocational rehab services or the state in some way. And so transition services under WIOA sound a whole lot similar to those ones under the IDEA. They're designed with an outcome-oriented process. They include all competitive integrated employment, supportive employment, continuing ed, adult services, independent living services, community participation. And again, they're supposed to take into account the student's needs and interests and preferences. And has, all of those things kind of put together into a plan. And this is where it's going to get even more confusing, because it has a very similar name to the IDEA one. This one's actually called an IPE. It's, you mix the letters the other way around. But if you just think about it as the school stuff and the vocational rehab stuff, hopefully it can kind of stay a little separate. But what it's really supposed to do is have a plan that promotes and facilitates that achievement, and that is supposed to really engage the student in doing that. The other thing that's neat about WIOA is, so yes, it covers students with a disability, who are 16 to 21 and have an IEP or a 504 plan for the most part. But it also covers what are called youth with disabilities, who are between 14 and 24 years old. And so this expands it a little so that we're not just limited to folks who are still in school. As we know, a lot of students with disabilities do end up either dropping out or ending up in the criminal justice system, or ending up in all different sorts of situations where they may be coming back to these services after school. And so that fits within youth with a disability. Also, these do not need to be disabilities where you have to have an IEP plan or a 504 plan. They use the definition of disability within their own stuff, but it's basically a mental or physical condition or behavioral condition or diagnosis that impacts someone's life activities, and especially as relates to your work. So what I'm going to do now is hand you over to Miss Butler for the nuts and bolts of how do you get good transition services? How do you move past that one size fits all plan to something that's gonna have that great outcome in the end?
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to get started by, kind of like giving you the most important parts of how to get the transition services through your IEP. The first thing is transition should be discussed starting no later than the first IEP, where the student will be 16 years of age. That's extremely important to remember because sometimes that does not always happen. So as a parent or guardian, you do have that right to make sure that that discussion does occur at that time when that student turns 16 years old. The next is the school district, with parental consent, must invite outside agencies to these IEPs to discuss transition. This is very important because I know sometimes it might seem like, oh, well, what is the need for this? It's still early. We don't need to do all of this now. But it is very important because sometimes there are some agencies out there that a student may actually benefit from receiving services through. And the problem is that those agencies may have their own rules to where there might be some timelines or even a waiting list. An example of that would be OCDD. OCDD, a lot of times they provide a lot of services, but sometimes there are some timelines involved, as well as even just, maybe even a waiting list. So the sooner, if you know that student is going to need those services, the sooner you bring them to the table, the sooner you can actually get that process started, even if it just means completing paperwork that may need to be completed. You may not be able to get those services right then because of maybe the timelines involved, but it actually helps to get that process started. So by the time that student is getting ready to exit, all of that has already been worked out pretty much. The next is the transition plan should be individualized and based on transition assessments. This is also very important. This is important because the transition plan needs to be tailored to that particular student. There are no two transition plans that are ever going to look the same. I don't care if you're dealing with siblings. They're never going to be exactly the same. Each person's transition plan is going to be individualized. And if it's not, it should be. And the next thing is the transition page of the IEP is incredibly important, even if the student may not graduate for 2 to 6 years. That's very important because sometimes, I know a lot of times when there are IEP meetings, there may be other issues that are going on. And there are times when school districts are kind of like wanting to just glaze over the transition plan and not really focus a lot on it. And that should not be happening because that plan is extremely important. The transition page is pretty much going to be it's pretty much the main part of the document that's going to help to guide that student from what they're going to need while they're in school, as well as to what they're going to need once they're exiting high school. So this is going to be very important to make sure that the transition plan part of the IEP is reviewed. And Debbie, I think your screen took the pictures off. I mean, took the presentation off.
1 second, please. I'm sorry. I'm having some technical difficulties. Share screen. Please excuse. Okay. Let's see if I can get this to work.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yes, I can see it. So as I was saying, that's why it's very important to make sure that the transition page of an IEP is thoroughly reviewed. And a lot of times, I realize that, when you're in an IEP meeting, there may be some other issues, but it's very important to take the time and actually have a really good, candid discussion about the transition page of the IEP. And the transition page of the IEP is going to change. It's never going to remain the same. It may change in 6 months, it may change in a year, it may change in a year and a half. It just really depends on that student and what that student's needs are and what that student's interests are. So just remember that it's not a document where there's just one size fits all. It has to be tailored to that individual student and what their interests and needs are. So we've actually included a sample of the transition page on within an IEP. And so basically, if you look at it, you can tell there's a lot of information that needs to be included on there. But one of the most important thing to remember is when you start getting to the section that talks about the goals, it's very important to really elaborate and go into details about what that student desires are. What's the interest? What is that student's goal? And you want to make sure that whatever is documented, that is really going to be realistic. Because a lot of times I've found where transition plan, things are just written on there and you're like, well, there's just no way that this student is going to be able to do this.
So Glyn, how many times have you had people's goal to be, let's see, professional football players, rock stars, supermodels?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. And so the thing is, a lot of times I find where the schools, they know that these are not realistic goals. And so what needs to happen is there just needs to be more of a detailed discussion with the student to try to figure out, okay, so you may want to be a professional football player, but what if you couldn't be a professional football player? What would you want to do? Would you want to be able to work someplace that focuses on sports and try to elicit a more realistic goal out of that student rather than just putting them there, oh, student wants to play football. So it's very important to remember that when you're doing the transition page, you want it to be very realistic, because you got to remember, this is going to be that page that's going to help guide that student from high school all the way up to like exiting from high school. So you want to make sure everything that's documented on there is going to be extremely realistic. This is a perfect time to actually, even like I said before, bring in those agencies that can be of benefit to that student. And that includes VR. And so the thing is, just remember, in order for the schools to invite anyone, they have to have the parental consent. And also too, if there are some agencies that you feel the school may not be wanting to invite, as a parent or guardian, you have a right to request that the school system actually invites those individuals. And so, and the thing is, that's also important to remember too, is that if for some reason they tell you no, you have a right to let them know that you know what the law states. And the thing is, don't ever just accept the fact of them saying, oh, well, we'll just do it later. No, the transition page should actually be done immediately once that student is turning age 16. That should be, there should be another IEP meeting held and a discussion in regards to those transition services.
Hey, Glyn, what do you do if you happen to hear from a school, oh, we don't really focus on that till the year people graduate? Because I don't know about you, but I feel like I've heard that a couple times.
Yes. For me, what I do is I would always tell parents or guardians, if you're not sure whether or not that's accurate, you can contact our office and we can actually provide assistance with that by attending meetings with you and making sure that the appropriate agency, and I'm talking about VR, is actually invited, because that's totally untrue to say that to a parent. And the main thing is, in order for VR to be able to attend the IEP meeting, they just need timely notice. So it's not good enough for a school district to sit there and actually send a notice the morning of a meeting, say, oh, hey, can you attend this meeting? And we've even gotten notices like that. No, if they provide them with enough timely notice for the meetings, they will make every effort to attend the meeting, and they can do it in person. They might do it virtually. They may do it by phone, but they will make every effort to be able to attend a meeting as long as they have that timely notice of a meeting. So it's really important to make sure that they're going to have the advance notice. The other thing too to remember about that is, it's a good idea, even when the schools are sending out the 10-day prior notice letters, to actually include the agencies that are being invited, and that includes VR, because in that way, that'll give them some time to arrange their schedules so they can be in attendance. Of course, VR can't attend every meeting that's held, but they will make an effort to attend some of the meetings when they're invited to be there. There are some schools where I do know where the person, and I'll talk a little bit more about this, but where the counselors that are assigned to the schools, they make a day of it. They have that kind of rapport with whomever the folder holder is for the IEPs, to where they might have 5 meetings that one day, and that seems to work out well, because then they can just take that whole day and just block it off for attending IEP meetings and talking about the transition plan and that sort of thing. In regards to VR, I kind of thought it would be important to kind of give everybody just a kind of better idea of exactly what VR and who they are, because a lot of individuals actually do not know who VR is. So basically, VR is designed to help job seekers with disabilities access employment, education, training, and support services to succeed in the labor market and to match employment with the skilled workers they need to compete with in the global economy. In Louisiana, the main VR agency is Louisiana Rehabilitation Services. There are 8 regional LRS offices throughout the state. So depending on what region you reside in, that would be the agency that you would actually contact for services. So, prime example, if someone lived here in Baton Rouge, there is actually a VR agency that's located here in Baton Rouge. So that person would actually go through the office here. And so what we also did was included some basic information about LRS by including their website information. So if there's some additional information anyone wants to look up, they can go into the website and look it up. And there is a lot of really good information there. The next thing is VR and transition students. Vocational rehab counselors are assigned to schools within their region in order to provide, as you remember, I said that, there are counselors that actually are assigned to the schools depending on the region that they're actually in. Not all VR counselors are going to have a transition caseload. It just depends. But if they do have a transition caseload, then basically these counselors are going to be assigned to a number of schools, and those would be the schools that they're going to be responsible for going in to provide the transition services. And so basically the services that they're going to provide is going to be pre-employment transition services, outreach information, consultation to students and families, technical assistance to schools, participation in IEP meetings, participation in planning and coordination of services, and establishing eligibility for the VR program. And that tends to come into play when the student is actually getting ready to exit. That's where VR actually comes in terms in regards to helping that student become eligible for just the regular traditional VR services. So transition services available through VR. VR provides a coordinated set of services designed within an outcome-oriented process, promoting movement from school to post-school activities, including pre-employment transition services, post-secondary education, vocational training, competitive integrated employment, and that includes supported employment, continuing in adult education, and if appropriate, referral to continuing and adult education services and adult services, independent living, or community participation. So this is it's very important to kind of have this information, because this gives, this is basically all of the services all of the transition services that that VR can actually provide to students. Okay, so now we're going to get into the pre-employment transition services, or as we call it, PREETs. Vocational rehabilitation must set aside 15% of its federal allotment for pre-employment transition services, which is known as PREETs, for students with disabilities between the ages of 16 and 21. This is not something that VR has an option of doing. they have to set aside the 15% every year. It's a federal allotment that's required. Now, I will say this, and I know it says from ages 16 and 20 to 21. However, if a student turns 22 during the school year, the school system isn't going to tell that student they can't return to school. That student will be allowed to complete that school year. And so that student would still receive those pre-employment transition services. Pre-ES, could you go back a little bit? Okay, so pre-ES is the coordinated activities for a student with a disability designed within an outcome-oriented process that promotes movement from school to post-school activities, leading to competitive integrated employment. Okay, next. Okay, so there are 3 ways in which pre-ES can be provided to students with disabilities. The LRS counselor can provide the services directly in schools or virtually. It can be done through a community rehabilitation program, or it can be done through a third-party arrangement between LRS and the school district. And you tend to see a lot of the third-party arrangements. And I think this works pretty well because a lot of times there's school districts that just really do not want LRS coming in. And so doing these third-party arrangements allows the school district to pretty much hire who they want to hire to actually come in and provide the transition, the transition services to the students. Okay, so the pre-employment transition service activities. There are 5 elements that are covered by pre-ES. The first is going to be job exploration counseling. And that's basically where, the student could be doing some research. There's going to be maybe a discussion about the labor market in regards to maybe a field that the student may be interested in going into. That's where, the interest inventories come into play. There's going to be the discussion about the interest inventories. It's going to be basically looking at whatever fields that person may be interested in going into, and just kind of helping them to get a better understanding and more knowledge about what that may even entail. The next is going to be work-based learning experiences. And in work-based learning experiences, this is where work can be paid or it can be unpaid. It can involve like volunteering, or it can involve internships. So it's basically where the students have that opportunity to actually obtain employment, and or even if they're not working to be paid, they're still getting those experiences. And the next is counseling on opportunities for enrollment in comprehensive transition or post-secondary educational programs at institutions of higher education. This is where the counselors can actually sit there. Let's just say if there's a student who is interested in going to college, they can help them find out information about the schools. If the student needs help in completed their FAFSA applications, the counselors can actually even provide assistance in doing that. The next is workplace readiness training to develop social skills and independent living. This is very important because this is where, the students can learn interviewing skills. They can learn financial literacy information. It's going to be information dealing with that. They're also going to learn how to understand the importance about the needs, the importance of what an employee will need, or employer will need, or is looking for in an employee. And then, they're going to learn information about the importance of being punctual for a job. So all of those things can fall under the workplace readiness training. And the last is going to be instruction and self-advocacy, which may include peer mentoring. This is going to be where students are going to be taught how, if they may need some accommodations, how to actually ask that, if they have questions, or if there's some type of maybe conflict they're having, how to try and go about to get that resolved, and even to help them to better be able to go into their own IEP meetings and advocate for what they feel they may actually want. Okay, next. Okay. So getting transition services through VR. Regardless of whether or not a student with a disability has an IEP, they can receive transition assistance through vocational rehabilitation services. This includes students with 504 plans and students without plans. Regardless of whether or not a youth with a disability is in school, they can receive transition assistance through vocational rehabilitation services. So it's important to understand and realize that these transition services must be applied for directly through vocational rehabilitation, and the student's parent or guardian, or even a youth, depending on how old that person is. The one thing that they would have to do is actually provide information verifying that they actually do have a disability. And so that will a documented disability, and that can, actually be obtained from a doctor. So that is that's the information that would have to be provided to LRS. But the person would also, as stated, would have to actually apply for the services. And one of the things that I always like to make sure an individual just understands in general about LRS is that having a disability does not automatically entitle an individual to LRS services. And the person must go through the application process. And that's really important to understand about LRS, especially for individuals who are just trying to just get regular traditional services through LRS. There's no automatic entitlement to those services. You have to be deemed eligible, and part of that is going through the application process. Okay, so now I'm going to tell you how Disability Rights Louisiana can assist with employment and transition needs. Disability Rights Louisiana houses Louisiana's Client Assistance Program, or as we call it, CAP. And CAP's mission statement basically states and is to help maximize employment and independence opportunities for people with disabilities by providing advocacy, information, and advice to individuals who apply for or receive services from vocational rehabilitation and independent living programs. Through the CAP program, Disability Rights Louisiana provides the following information and referral services. information about services and benefits available under the Rehabilitation Act, including transition, how to access employment-related services, including transition, and referral to other resources. So a lot of times individuals might contact us, but they don't really want our actual assistance, but they might just want some basic information. So we can, actually just give them some referral sources in regards to who they can contact to get the information they may be looking for. But this is where it's very important for people to understand that if they're having transition issues with the schools, they can actually contact our office for that assistance. And I do realize that, Families Helping Families does do a lot of the transition stuff, but of course, they're limited in what they can actually do. But we're just another resource out there. And so we like to let people know that, hey, if you're having transition issues and you're needing some assistance, this is the time, and then feel free to contact us, because we would be able to actually go in and provide assistance to making sure that that student is receiving those transition services. Okay. Okay, in regards to individual case advocacy, through the CAP program, Disability Rights Louisiana provides advocacy for individuals on issues related to VR, transition, and other employment-related issues. CAP attempts to resolve disputes using the least formal means possible. And advocacy can include providing advice and interpretation of law and guidance, negotiation with agencies such as VR in schools, mediation with agencies such as VR, representation at administrative reviews, representation at formal appeal procedures such as fair hearings, and representation in judicial actions. Now, one of the things I do want to say is that whenever it starts to get more to the judicial actions, that's going to be more of where, because of course, I, as a CAP advocate, cannot go into district court or federal court and represent anyone. That is where, when it gets to that point, I would actually turn everything over to my supervisor, who is an attorney, and she would review everything and determine whether or not it is something that we would take a judicial action on. I also like to make sure that, clients always understand that sometimes there might be issues that they're wanting to raise where it may not be an issue where, after CAP has done its investigation, warrants taking the actions that the individual may want to pursue. And so that's why it's so important. And the main thing that CAP does whenever we get cases is to actually do an investigation first, to make sure that there is actually merit. And we do that by, making contact with LRS once we've gotten releases signed, and we request the relevant records.
And I know for me, something that has been really eye-opening since I've been working with the program is how often just having the CAP advocate help interpret, basically, and I don't mean this as in sign language or other language interpretation, but basically be a conduit for information between LRS and the client, because a lot of times we see misunderstandings and things like that that have gotten to the point people are coming to us, but that can be relatively easily fixed by getting everybody on the same page.
Yes.
And so I love that we always kind of try that first before jumping to the more and more formal means.
Exactly, because sometimes it could be something just as simple as a document that a person didn't understand that they needed to submit, or they just haven't submitted yet. It can be, a lot of times it's just very simple things, or it could be just something where there's an issue with the communication. And so a lot of times you can actually quickly and very easily go in and get that fixed and work out, because sometimes it is situations where it's just a matter of maybe just coming up with a time that that client is going to actually be available to be able to communicate with that counselor. And so it's just basic, just simple little things like that. And it's sometimes it does take just thinking outside of the box. Or it could be something like a client may be required to maybe attend an appointment, and they just haven't actually scheduled that appointment. It's just a matter of me coming in and just explaining why they have to attend that appointment, and even providing assistance in making sure that they're scheduling the appointment on at a date and time that works for them.
And on that, I know that you even, sometimes we're able to see the barriers people don't think of. The client says, well, I don't want to go to the appointment. And LRS says, we can't help you unless you go to the appointment. Well, after a little digging, and because especially Miss Butler has been doing this for such a long time, she'll get to the crux of, oh, the real concern is the person can't afford it, or can't go on a Tuesday because they don't have childcare, or whatever it may be, and is able to find those creative solutions where, maybe you find a doctor, they can find a doctor who is available on a day the person's available, or they're able to provide transportation to get there for free, or whatever it may be.
Exactly, because a lot of times the client does not think to actually share just those tiny bits of information with the counselor. And so if it's not shared with the counselor isn't always going to know that. And so sometimes the counselor may just perceive that as, well, they're just not wanting to do what needs to be done. But that's not necessarily the case. It's just that there's always going to be a reasoning behind it. It's just, it just may take some time to get that person to actually open up and state, what that reasoning is. I remember I had one individual that just didn't like having appointments on Thursdays and Fridays. But the individual never actually shared that with her counselor. But then after talking with the individual and then, us having a meeting, that's when she opened up about that. And so we were immediately able to actually work that out. And within that next week, the person had scheduled an appointment on a date that worked for her. Okay, so through the CAP program, Disability Rights Louisiana provides advocacy on individual issues,
You already did that one. You're on systems
Oh,
now. That was
sorry
my fault. Please excuse the technical difficulties on my end. I appreciate your patience. This is Deborah.
In regards to CAP and systems advocacy, through the CAP program, Disability Rights Louisiana addresses systemic issues through policy reviews, identifying problems or trends, and recommending changes. And so one of the things that I always like to state is that the good thing is that the CAP program here in Louisiana has a great working relationship with LRS compared to many other states. And so really and truly, whenever, we run across some issues that we might be hearing from clients. Whenever we bring that to the attention of LRS, specifically to the director, she's always really good about checking into it and trying to correct whatever those issues would be. And so we're very big on paying attention to what the trends may be. Another example would be, for right now, a big trend is transition, because we do realize that there are a lot of school districts that still are not wanting to allow LRS to come in and provide the transition services. So that is something that we're actually watching, and that would fall under systems advocacy. Okay, so what types of concerns can CAP help resolve? The first one is eligibility issues, denial of requested services and or services listed in the individualized plan for employment and case closure, delay in services, poor communication with VR or school staff, understanding policies and procedures. So those are going to be the concerns that CAP can help to resolve. Okay, in summary, CAP is a bridge to span differences and assist with communications between staff and consumers, a key to help consumers understand rehabilitation programs and assist staff and consumers to find options, a directory to identify resources outside the agency, and a voice to advocate for the improved services through individual or system advocacy. Now, what CAP is not a wedge to come between counselor and consumer, or between counselor and manager. And CAP is not a neutral third party in the dispute resolution process. Okay, and so basically our contact information is listed. And however, if you're going to contact us in order to get an intake done, it's very important to make sure to be prepared to provide some basic information. The first is going to be the date and names of individuals you spoke with. If there's a deadline, call as soon as possible, and make sure you tell everyone you speak to what the deadline is. And that's very important, because sometimes we'll get calls where the individual might have a deadline that's 2 days down the line, but they may not actually state that. That would be something very important to know, because in dealing with LRS, they do have deadlines in order a lot of times to reply, and especially when you're talking about doing an appeal for a denial of a service.
So Glyn, we do have some questions.
Okay.
I can see the questions that are in Zoom. I cannot see the ones in YouTube. And so I was wondering if someone from GODA could voice those. But the one I can see here asks about VR reps being assigned to schools and whether there's a list of the schools they are assigned to. Am I correct that there isn't a list, but if you contact your local VR office, they should be able to tell you who would be the correct person? Is that right?
Yes, there's going to be the VR offices. The counselors that are there, they're not all the counselors actually provide transition services, but they can tell you which counselors actually provide those services. And what will happen is that you have to basically, if you're calling yourself, let's just say because you're not getting anywhere with the school, so you're contacting VR yourself to kind of get that ball rolling. Once you call and you let them know, hey, I have a transition age student, they're going to immediately know who those counselors are and they can tell you, once it's decided which, who it is that's going to be, who's actually going to be representing that school. They can tell you who it is, because there are some districts that are huge, and so there's more than one counselor, but they might not all have that particular school, but they'll be able to tell you which counselor actually handles that particular school.
Okay, and we have another question. And you would know this better than I. I don't know if we have the answer, if we need to get back to them on it, but is Louisiana fully and effectively using its pre-ETS dollars, or do we leave money on the table unused?
I don't think I can actually answer that question. That would probably
I think that might be a great one to be redirected to LRS.
Yes.
And what we can do is, if Bambi, if we can get the contact information for this person, we can try and connect them with someone who might be able to give them that answer.
Exactly.
Okay, and then Bambi, we can't see the questions on YouTube, but if you're able to read them to us, that'd be great.
Okay, we had a question in regards to, let's see, can only parents request someone from your office to come to IEP meetings, or can service providers contact you all for support at a meeting?
So the original contact can come from anyone, but we would need the authorization we would need to make sure that, ultimately I'm a lawyer and Glyn works for me under my law license. So we need to know that the student, if they're over 18, or the parent wants us there, and they're the ones who would be guiding what we do. But we have had service providers reach out to us. Typically, we will give them information to provide to the family, or people can call on kind of a conference call. Sometimes parents or family members or young adults feel uncomfortable calling on their own, and we are, so long as we have authorization to talk to the other person, we're more than happy to do that if that's what the client themselves wants. So that makes sense?
Yes.
Yeah, okay,
thank
great.
you. And thank you, Debbie and Glyn. We are at the end of the time for this.
Oh, wow.
I give you some closing comments.
No, it just basically feel free to contact us if you have questions. I'm sorry we missed out on questions. I will do a quick share screen if I can, just of our contact information. So if anyone needs us, the best way to contact Glyn or I is through email if you just have questions. But if someone wants help from our agency, the best way to do that is through one of these intake numbers, through email, or through our website form. That is the quickest way to get into our intake system. Okay, and thank you all for your time. And if folks do have follow-up, please do feel free to reach out to us.
Thank you so much, Debbie and Glyn. This is great information. We really appreciate you volunteering your time and expertise to share with everyone. I want to remind everyone that we have our next session coming up at noon. It will be an incredible panel of self-advocates. It will be an 1.5-hour session, and I know you will all enjoy this panel discussion. So see you all at that time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you see?
Hey, Stuart, how's it going?
Fine. Are you
It'll be you once you sit down.
okay, there's Will. Let's
Hi.
hello.
He saw me there. He's like, "Hi."
Hello.
Hello.
Can you,
Hey, Stuart, how's it going?
oops. I'm turning on I have to keep mute or stop the YouTube video in the background, just like Bambi. All right. Oh, oops. Maybe I should turn.
Everything you want?
Hmm.
Everything you need? Wash from go get your water, maybe?
Are you so that you're not just looking at a heavily shadowed version of me? How Bambi manages to keep the shadows off herself is beyond me.
That's it.
A lot of work, a lot of practice, Stuart.
That's fine. It's not worth it. Yeah.
Hey, Allie.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm
Good.
excited. Nervous, excited. I think this is so awesome.
Glad y'all can make it. Hey, Wilbert.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm great.
Good. So all of your videos and sound seem really good. We'll be starting like right at noon. So you're welcome to keep your cameras on or off or mute yourself, whatever you want to do. I'm gonna turn off my camera and my mic. See y'all in a few minutes. Hi, Kim. If you want to test your video and mic, you can do so now.
Hello.
Hey, Kim. We can see you and hear you.
All right.
Is Harlon going to be with you?
He's upstairs on his phone.
Okay, so he'll be separate. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Kim, you know, you're when you did you need to calibrate your green screen. Your green screen is in reverse. You need to you need to calibrate it to the color of your wall. Because what we're seeing is your background where your shirt and your face should be.
Okay, I'm not sure how to do that.
Hi, Harlan. We can
Hey,
see
how
you.
you doing?
Good. We can see you and hear you.
Awesome.
Hi, Isaac. If you want to test your video and mic, you can do so now.
Hello, Bambi. Okay, I'll do that's my voice. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Can you see me?
Hi, yep, we can see you. I think it's good to go. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We will get started in about a minute with our noon session on empowerment, independence, and self-determination. If our panelists want to turn on their cameras now, if they're not on, you can do so now. I will share screen and hi, everyone. If all the panelists would please turn on your cameras. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Yes, we can. You broke up for a slight moment when you were speaking earlier.
Okay, so we will go ahead and get started on our session of empowerment, independence, and self-determination. Ms. Lillian DeJean will be the moderator for this panel discussion, and I will turn it over to her. Lillian.
All right. Hello, everyone. It is great to see everyone here. Thank you so much for coming and attending our session on empowerment, independence, and self-determination. So first, I'm going to give each of our panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves because they are all phenomenal. And the first square that I have on my screen is Wilbert. Wilbert, do you want to give a brief introduction for us?
Yes. Hi, my name is Wilbert Johnson. I'm 23 years old. I have an intellectual disability. I am a self-advocate, and I'm currently working for Audubon Institute.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Wilbert. We're so happy to have you on this panel. The next person that I have on my screen is Allie. Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure. Quick question. Can you guys see me?
Yes.
Okay, because my camera's saying it's not on. I want to make sure everyone can see me. But hi, I'm Allie Hooks. I'm a recent kidney transplant recipient, and I currently study at Texas Tech University. I am from Louisiana, small town of Port Barry, but I'm currently getting a degree in law, hopefully. But yes, that's a little bit about me.
Thank you. Stuart, do you want to go?
I'm Stuart. I'm working at LSU Human Development Center. I've been working here for 5 years. It's my dream job. And I'm happy to say that Lillian replaced me on the LADD council, and her mother, Nicole, was one of the previous year's Lynn trainees. So she knows me really well. Will another was a participant in the first year of our paycheck program in its first year. That's another program of HDC. We're very much along a whole spectrum of things happen at HDC, and it's a shame that it doesn't get touted more in the community.
Well, thank you for that information and wonderful introduction, Stuart. Kim, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, sure. My name is Kim Savoy. I am 39 years old and I have aniridia, which just means I have no irises and I'm considered legally blind.
Thank you. Mr. Harlon, you're up next.
All right. My name is Harlon Cowsar, and I'm 50 years old. I work as the adult program coordinator and information and referral specialist with Families Helping Families of Acadiana. And I work with the Mayor President's office in Lafayette, Mayor Josh Gilliard, as Disability Awareness Coordinator. And I'm very excited to be here. Thank y'all.
We're excited to have you here too. And last but not least, Isaac, would you like to go?
Thank you, Lillian, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isaac Gilliard. I'm 38 years old, and I'm the Community Health and Outreach Supervisor with the Louisiana Department of Health Office of Public Health STD, HIV, Hepatitis C program, that's SHIP, based out of New Orleans. And I've been living with HIV since 2005.
Thank you, Isaac. I know we haven't met before, but I'm very excited to have you here as well. One thing that I would like to mention is we do have some preset questions, but if anyone in the audience has any questions, whether that's via YouTube chat or Zoom chat, please send them in and we may answer them live as well. Our GODA staff will be keeping an eye out for that. So without further ado, let's go into our first question. So that first question is, do you consider yourself as having a disability? And if you do you have a preference for person first or identity first language? Mr. Harlon, would you like to go first?
Sure. I don't think there's any doubt that I have a disability. I'm totally blind and profoundly deaf in one ear, and I have been since a car accident in 1989. But that being said, I also just consider that a characteristic of who I am. And I appreciate person first language much more so than identity first language. I've worked a lot with people first and people first language, and I find it to be, even though some people say it's semantics, after using it and learning to use it effectively, I find that it really helped to build my confidence and improve the way I think about my own disability.
Well, thank you for that answer. I would like to pose the same question to Allie. Do you consider yourself as having a disability or no?
Personally, yes, I do. I know it varies between different people, but as a college student, I've learned that I can't do everything else kids my age do. So yes, I do consider it. I consider it what makes me stand out. It makes me special. It makes me look unique as I walk into a classroom and I get to introduce myself and let them know the journey and the great things that have happened to me. But as for the second part of the question, personally, it goes back and forth. I don't really have a preference, so to say. I respond either way. It doesn't offend me. But yes, that's sum it up for me. I don't really matter to me. I go both ways.
Thank you for that answer. And I think it's such an important discussion because in our disability community, I know I've noticed there are some people who have started to say, I actually prefer identity first language, or some people who really strongly prefer person first. Before we move on, there is a question in the Zoom chat that I would like to pause and address real quick. Someone asked, what is person first language? And I think that's an amazing question. Does any of our panelists want to respond to that before we move forward? Isaac? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now,
can you hear
yes.
Me? Yes. Sorry about that. It's all good. So I'll say that I consider person first language and pretty much in the public health field, in the HIV prevention field. Person first language is considered the source of empowerment as opposed to the disability first, regarding the stigma surrounding HIV and AIDS, and in the past and then the progress that has been made in the future. Person first is ideally used or preferred language and change the perception of it in the HIV field and HIV prevention field, because the stigma with HIV and AIDS is that that there's so many negative stigmas towards it, attached to it, and so it's living with HIV since 2005 and learning about the person first language, because if I wasn't active in the field, I may not have known that person first language was more important in the field as it intersects with LGBT issues and other issues as well. So person first is ideal. So a person who injects drugs, a person living with HIV is preferred, and it's ideal that we do that because we're considering the person first before anything is quote unquote viewed as or perceived as a disability. Considering the person first, there's a human being there before anything. So a person with or a person that has, and using non-stigmatizing language.
Thank you for such a thorough description. We definitely appreciate it. And I think it provides a lot of clarity and illuminates a lot for us. And so generally, whenever we use person first, we'll say person with a disability or person with HIV versus identity first, which would be like disabled person, or I don't know what another alternative would be, but a disabled person would be your alternative. So Wilbert, would you want to answer that question? Do you consider yourself as having a disability?
I don't, because every day my goal is to become more than my disability. My goal is to look past my disability. My goal every day is to just live life on life terms, but be more than my disability. So I don't want to always give myself that title, because if I give myself that title, I feel like I'm not going to be capable of pushing forward. So I don't consider myself with a disability.
Can I ask you another question?
Mm-hmm.
So do you prefer not to refer yourself as disabled mostly for you or for other people's perception, so they don't limit their expectations?
For both, because you should always limit yourself. You should go far as you can. You should put yourself, you shouldn't have your title, you shouldn't have no one to give you a title. So I have always learned to push forward, push, no matter what, keep pushing and keep striving.
I love that. Thank you for that perspective, Wilbert. I think it's really important to have so many different perspectives at the table where we say, okay, maybe I don't identify as disabled, and that's okay too. So our next question is, what makes you feel most empowered? And I have a specific question for Stuart about this one, because I know we had sat on another panel together a couple months ago, and he talked a lot about how your religious community really helped in your self-determination journey. And would you mind talking a little bit about that for us?
Yes. I'm Jewish. My religious community is very closely knit between synagogue and summer camp, and a lot of the people who are away at summer camp now will feel the same thing. Between the last time Lillian and I spoke and this time, I actually watched the movie Crit Camp again and was invited to speak on a discussion panel for it. This isn't true for a lot of groups of people, but it certainly is true for the Reformed Jewish community. you can put 10 Reformed Jews under 30 in a room, and 9 of them will have gone to summer camp. So it's just that level of connectedness, that level of community, and I feel empowered in that community. They treat me just like any other. They don't see me as anything other than who I actually am. So it's a well-fit community.
Thank you for that answer, Stuart. And I think it almost speaks to what Isaac was saying about person first language earlier, about seeing the person first, not just the disability or the health condition or whatever else someone may have going on. And so I wanted to pose the same question to Isaac, because I know you talked a lot about empowerment and how people first language can be very empowering. So first off, would you consider yourself having a disability? And also, what does make you feel the most empowered?
And no, thank you for asking, Lillian, because just thinking about the perception of even having a disability for some people is very negatively stigmatizing. And then bringing into my awareness that knowing that other people with disabilities are protected by law. So that's a form of empowerment for individuals with health conditions, and knowing that we're protected, federally protected by law. And it's a point of empowerment to know that. And a lot of people don't know that. But no, I don't consider myself as having a disability, but in the needs of protection and empowerment, yes, I will. And also to what it brought to me coming into the public health field, the cognizance of everything, even so far as the different social justice issues and LGBT issues and disability and non-disability issues have posed that question to me. And no, I don't, but I can understand that how it is linked to being a disability, because at one point, HIV or as a result of AIDS is something that was detrimental. It was a death factor, and it impacts the health tremendously, meaning that the immune system can be impacted by anything. Even individuals with cancer are diagnosed with an AIDS diagnosis, just to say clinically, because their immune system is so low at a CD4 specific count. So understanding that the science behind how it's linked to being a disability. However, noticing the difference. So no, I don't identify as having a disability, and providing support to other individuals because of the stigma is just as important, because not to perpetuate it, but to help change the narrative or help to change the perception on living with HIV as well is as important. And I'm pretty sure everyone can agree with me, because that's why we're activists and that's why we're advocates with what we do.
Thank you, Isaac, for that answer. And I think it's so interesting because there's some parallels with my experience as a person with a disability, but also who is chronically ill, because I exist within these two spheres of the disability community and the chronic illness community. And there are vastly different perspectives on language and how people identify between these two communities. So like in the disability community, some people are a little bit more gung-ho on the I'm disabled, that's who I am as a person. But then in the chronic illness community, it's like, no. I'm not disabled. I just got sick. I'm a healthy person who got sick, and that's the end of the story. And I think respecting that language and respecting those boundaries are so important. And that's why these conversations are so important, so we can discuss those nuances between all these different communities. So thank you. I wanted to pose a similar question to Kim about empowerment. What makes you feel most respected and most disrespected in terms of empowerment whenever it comes to your disability?
Well, I think it really just depends on the person. Like for as being, I guess, part of the blind community, I guess. I guess it's like it's the different things of how we do things, you know, as far as like transportation, you know, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'm hearing that having proper supports makes you feel empowered and respected, such as transportation.
Yes.
I think that's such a great answer, and I appreciate you sharing that, just because, I mean, there's no easier way to feel disrespected as a person with a disability than if you don't have your basic needs met, right? If you don't have those very essential things given to you, I mean, how are you ever going to feel empowered?
Right. I mean, as long as I have things to help me, like the devices to help me see, like the magnifier, Zoom, like on a computer, things to blow material up for me. Yeah, I can do things. I might have to go around about to get it done, but I'll get it done.
Thank you, Kim. Wilbert, what about you? What makes you feel the most empowered?
What makes me feel more empowered is just speaking up for myself, like letting people know that I can do more than my disability. I might need help, but I don't need help someone holding my hand all the time. So I can speak up and saying, hey, I know how to do this. I might need your help one day. I just might call you, but speaking up for myself, that makes me feel more empowered. Because if you never don't speak up, you feel less than a person and less as a man with a disability. So again, for me, it's speaking up makes me more empowered.
Thank you for that answer, Wilbert. And I think it really speaks to what Kim was saying, but also the fact that sometimes empowerment comes from within yourself as well.
Yeah.
Allie, what about you?
I kind of agree with Wilbert on this one. It's whenever I kind of, do something for myself, even when I have to ask for help, because I'm very stubborn and refuse to do that a lot of times. But it's just crossing over that little hill, because even though I want to do it, I have to ask for help sometimes, or I have to tell people to slow down, that I can't keep up. And just for them to react and with such a positive attitude and help me to accomplish something, it makes me feel like $1,000,000. I feel so excited. Being a college student, I try to hang out with, people my age. I'm 21. And so at that young age, we're running and roller skating and swimming. And a lot of those things I can't physically do because I can't move that well. So I have to just kind of tell them, like, can we do something different? Can we just go eat at a restaurant? And they're so accepting of that. They understand that I can't do completely everything everyone else can. And so just to ask for help or go over that little speed bump. But Wilbur kind of summed up all of my things I was going to say. He made a great point.
Thank you.
And I think sometimes...
I think our YouTube channel is glitching out.
Uh-oh. I think, Miss Bambi, if you could check that out, that would be great. I think sometimes, we can be surprised with positive reactions just because whenever you have a disability or a health condition, you get so many negative reactions. And so I remember a very, very clear memory from whenever I was much younger. I use a wheelchair for long distances, and this was the first time my peers would see me in a wheelchair, right? And I was a little nervous, but turns out they were the ones most excited to push my wheelchair, and they were over the moon excited about this. So it was pretty funny. But I think a lot of what you guys are saying kind of speaks to a relationship between independence, interdependence, and dependence in our lives. And so I kind of want to open up a conversation about those topics. So, Mr. Harlon, could you kind of give us a brief kind of explanation about the difference between these three things?
Well, I mean, obviously, total dependence would be depending on someone else for all of your needs. Independence would be expressing your own self-sufficiency, and interdependence would be working with someone to satisfy your needs. And honestly, those are all very personal choices, and depending on the scale of someone's disability, they may have to make any one of those choices at any particular time. Personally, I strive as much as possible to be independent and interdependent. Kim and I work together all the time to achieve goals and improve our circumstances, and I really try very hard to help other people do the same things. And I would like to say also, if I can, we talk about these words like independence and empowerment and self-determination, but they're not just words that we draw out of a hat. They're things that we have to work on, and they're goals to achieve. And we achieve those goals with the tools, the programs, the attitudes, and the opportunities that open those possibilities. And I think that's something that we all need to think about, because a lot of times words like independence and empowerment, they kind of get thrown around a lot. And they're very serious things that require a lot of work.
Absolutely. And I appreciate you bringing this up. I know we had a conversation the other day when you mentioned like defining words like empowerment is trying to grab onto smoke, and that really stuck with me because you're absolutely right. Isaac, I saw you nodding a lot to what Harlon said. Did you want to expand upon that any?
I agree, because to a certain point, whether we're disabled or have a health condition that causes us to be disabled, however it may be, at some point we have to be dependent on something. We have to be interdependent as well. There are us at times as well, and it's something that we do have to work on. I definitely agree, because at one point I probably couldn't do what I'm doing now, and standing here and advocate and be expressive to this point. Maybe 20 something or 15 something years ago, I probably wouldn't be able to do this, but because I've been in the setting and put myself in the position to be there, I've got those experiences that I needed to be empowered and to sometimes be independent. And then because I needed resources, the foundations or the nonprofit agencies and the clinics here in Baton Rouge, pretty much were helping me. So there was some interdependence there as well. So, and using it to my advantage. So I think that to be able to achieve empowerment or even to be empowered, we have to utilize those things. So that's why I was nodding and agreeing with Mr. Harlon, because I think that, and there's other people at those different phases as well. So that's the reason why, I'm doing the work that I do to help prevent HIV transmission, so that people, can know and educate that it's not an illness that it used to be. It's not a death sentence, specifically speaking for me. and also to educating about the other things, how they intersect with my capability as well. So just utilizing it to our advantage and utilizing to the advantage to educate and bring aware so that people can know that that things are in place or, understood that, hey, non-stigmatizing language is something to utilize, so that, because it changes the perception of how you look at individuals, So that's why I was agreeing with him. I think we need them at all different points, and people are at different phases, even now, so that it's our responsibility to, even influence those impacted right now, as we're experienced. So that's just my take on it.
Thank you, Isaac. And I'm very glad that people with HIV have people like you to network with, to have that guidance and that community. Because I know whenever you have a health condition or disability, that kind of resource is invaluable, that firsthand perspective and that firsthand experience. I want to ask Wilbert and Stuart about what dependence, independence, and interdependence looks like in your work life, because I know each of you are very active in your jobs. So either of you, whoever wants to go first.
I think I'm gonna go first. Independence for me in the work life is like leading the team before calling the manager. So I'm leading the team. I'm solving a problem, a guest problem, before calling my manager or calling my supervisor. So I'm stepping into that role. Independent. What was the other word you said?
Interdependence.
So thank you, Stuart.
I'm sorry, you broke up.
Interdependence. I-N-T.
The other word is like if I need someone to help me, or if I need a manager or a supervisor, I would have to call my supervisor or manager.
That makes sense. Thank you, Wilbert. Stuart, do you have any input on that?
Yes, I exhibit a lot of independence because I generally have a skill set that nobody else in my community has. And so I get tasked with workloads on that skill set. And so I generally know what the application software I use can and can't do. Whereas when I'm interdependent, sometimes it's difficult to know what others are asking for. And so I ask for clarification, and I'm interdependent, and when I'm ready to just go, that's when I become independent.
Thank you, Stuart. And Kim, I know that you work as well. Do you have any input on that?
I'm pretty much independent. I mean, as far as work-wise, I mean, I have to rely on the little vision I do have as far as like cleaning and all that, and loading vending machines, it's pretty much independence, and just because I can't see, that's the reason we live in a big city, because I like to be independent. I don't like depending on really any, you just simple as for having to go to the grocery store, getting, if when I need to go somewhere, I do a Uber or Lyft, so it's like that,
Thank you. And I think Isaac just put something in the chat. I forgot to add that people living with HIV are dependent on medications daily to maintain viral suppression. And so it almost speaks to what Isaac was saying, where, you know, you're dependent on these, on like Uber and Lyft to get to the grocery store, whereas people with HIV may be dependent on certain medications. And Ali, I wanted to get your take on this, because as a transplant recipient, do you have to take immunosuppressive medications?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I take pills every day just to suppress my immune system so the kidney functions correctly. With that comes a lot of side effects. At one point, I was taking 56 pills a day just to get my body to not reject my new transplanted kidney. I'm now down to 20 pills a day, but still for a 21-year-old in college taking 20 pills. Each of them have a side effect, whether it's me not being able to focus in class or I'm constantly tired. So there is ups and downs to everything, but I understand when Isaac was saying we're dependent on meds, and that is absolutely true. I know me and him are different when it comes to our disabilities and everything, but meds is something that a lot of us rely on, whether it's just even a Tylenol pill to get the pain away sometimes. It can be a workload, especially, but after a while, I've become used to it. I'm used to waking up and taking my meds and going to bed and taking my meds. It becomes a routine eventually. So it doesn't stand out to me until Isaac said that. I was like, oh, wow. Yes, he is absolutely right. I didn't realize that, because it comes a routine in your head and you just keep going with it. But yes, as a kidney transplant, I take many meds to be able to suppress my immune system. I have to watch what I eat. There's certain medicines or foods I can't have because they interact with my transplant medication. But yes, I do take meds along with Isaac and probably a few others.
I know that I'm very dependent on meds as well. At one point, I was on 32 pills a day. You probably have like the world record, though. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm also dependent on a lot of machines day to day, and so I know that a lot of people outside of my inner circle view this as a very negative thing, right? The perspective is like, oh, you're chained to machines all day, or you're dependent on these medications. But I don't know. I just think sometimes it's a good thing that we have the medications so we can function day to day and live a self-determined life. And I think that speaks to one of our next questions is, do you think it's more difficult to live a self-determined life as a person with a disability or a health condition compared to non-disabled people or people without a health condition? So whoever wants to go first, just go for it.
I don't mind going again, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Because I can actually kind of relate more to this question. I know a lot of mine are based on college, because that's basically my full-time job as a college student, especially as a law major. It can definitely be a workload. But one thing I've noticed is it takes a lot of determination to be able to get your college degree, especially if you looked at me 2 years ago when I was on a dialysis machine 5 days a week for 5 hours a day. I was chained to that machine. And even though I lost so much time and so much, going out with my friends because I was so reliant on this machine, I still was studying on the machine. I was doing my math homework on the dialysis machine. When I got home, I worked my butt off to be able to get my homework done in my exams and things like that. So it is a little more difficult living with a disability to be able to walk around campus and find your classes, go up the stairs. But thankfully here at Texas Tech, even though it's the biggest college in the nation, they do cater to us. So we do have elevators and we have interpreters as ASL interpreters, because I'm currently studying ASL. So I'm amazed that Miss Gail is here. I love that. But for me personally, I think it's a little harder, but it doesn't stop me from achieving my goal. That goal is to get my law degree. And no matter what's in my way or what's stopping me, I'm determined to get that. If it takes me 10 years, so be it. I will get my degree because I went through all this of a journey, and the troubles of everything to just drop out now would be crazy. I'm in it for the long haul. I'm going to get that degree. But that's me as a college student. I know other people have different perspectives on it, but thank you, Lillian.
I love that. Thank you, Ali. Wilbur, what about you? What's your take on this?
So I agree with Ali. I'm also a college student. I'm working on getting my high school diploma, and also my certification in business and management. So I totally agree with Ali. Nothing's gonna stop me from getting my things. Nothing's gonna stop me from getting in my way. Because I know I have a learning disability, but I'm not gonna let my disability hold me back from getting where I want to go in life. I have always told myself that the life that I want, I have to work harder. My dad always told me, he said, either you go for it, just don't give up, keep going. You might gonna have some bumpy roads, but you keep going. So yeah, so I feel great, and I agree with Ali. So I understand where you're coming from.
I also really love that, Wilbert. I know growing up, my family always told me you're going to have to work twice as hard to get to where you want to go as other people, but you'll be able to get there if you put in the effort.
Yes. It's gonna take day and night, but you either you want it or you don't want it. So you have the choice. It's your choice. So I'm gonna continue to keep pushing.
Absolutely. I mean, I totally relate to that. I mean, I know there's been times that I've done schoolwork in a hospital bed or schoolwork at 11 o'clock at night because that's the only time I had energy to. So it's like just making it work according to what your body allows. Sometimes that's the way to do it. Yes. Isaac, what about you?
Yeah, so when I was diagnosed with HIV, I was in college. So I mean, there's an intersection that we all meet at, and it was definitely a choice for me because of where I was at. You know, not everybody has that choice. Like I was already in school, so I made it about that. I made it about trying to find answers and being driven to finish school. And then as I did it, I found out answers, so that's what, kind of got me started to get me going, especially particularly with HIV. And I wanted to find more answers. And so I went on to get a master's degree even because I wanted to know, more, and I was just driven to find out more. And even with the other social justice issues that I have to encounter as a Black gay man openly living with HIV, just that as a person, just being aware of all of that now and thriving through it all, just remaining consistent for those to provide hope to those that meet at the same intersections as I do and others, and to maintain through. So I think it's definitely a choice because there's others that are perceived or because of stigma that will choose not to, live. I've seen people do it. The barriers get hard. It's hard to be a Black gay person openly and comfortably to go into treatment, to receive treatment openly and comfortably because of the stigma on a Black gay male, just in general. And coming into awareness about that, we encounter a lot of barriers, even transportation, getting to care comfortably, even without having to worry about somebody watching us or seeing us go into there. That stigma is, I think the stigma is the disease. I don't think that anything's a disease other than stigma because that's what perpetuates to make people think that they can't. And or don't want to, or don't even think there's a possibility or aware that there's an option because, of perception, stigma.
Thank you, Isaac. That illuminates a lot for us. And we actually have a YouTube comment that says, my dad is dependent on meds as well. He's a social worker, or he has a social worker who helps keep him on track, and to have an independent lifestyle as much as possible. And there's another comment as well that says, my thoughts are that interdependence is nothing to be ashamed of. Whether we're disabled or not, we all depend on others in some way to get us through life. Independence is the goal, but it's not always the reality, which I think is very, very powerful because, I mean, even people without health conditions or disabilities will rely on plumbers to help fix their house, or electricians, right? Or even pharmacists for day-to-day meds that may not be so specialized, like immunosuppressants or viral suppression, like Isaac was talking about. So I wanted to get Kim's take on whether it's more difficult to live a self-determined life as a person with a disability compared to a non-disabled person.
Well, I've always been visually impaired, so I'm not sure. Well, let's see. I don't really understand the question. Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, so the question is, do you think it's more difficult to live a self-determined life as a person with a disability as compared to a non-disabled person?
I think you have to work depending on what the disability is, and I think you have to work a little harder than maybe someone versus who doesn't have a disability or a learning, for instance, maybe like a learning disability. It might take you a little longer to do something than it would somebody else. You know?
Absolutely. Thank you. Stuart, what about you?
What was the question?
So the question would be, do you think it's more difficult to live a self-determined life as a person with a disability as compared to a person who may not have a disability?
Only in the sense that I'm still living with my parents.
That's fair. Okay, so Mr. Harlon, what do you think about the question?
Well, I think that self-determination really boils down to making your own choices. And as we talked about earlier, I think the tools that empower us to do that, the opportunities, the programs, the devices, the medications, whatever it takes that allow us to be able to make those choices for ourselves are what we really need to focus on. And we do that through self-advocacy. And that's something that we seem to be lacking a lot right now with people who have disabilities. You know, this week we're celebrating the Americans with Disabilities Act, which was an amazing piece of legislation. But we have to remember that all it did was open the door. We still have, as you were pointed out earlier in your own session today, we have 200 years of history and programs and attitudes that we have to work through in order to make these changes for society to be able to provide people with disabilities the tools and opportunities necessary to be successful and be self-determined and to achieve the things that we want to achieve as a people.
I thank you for that answer. I think you're absolutely right. It's just that social stigma that almost is more disabling than most disabilities. Other people's lack of expectations or other people's expectations that you can't can sometimes really be more of a problem than a health condition or a disability sometimes. Does anyone want to expand on that idea?
Well said, Harlan.
Yes. So we do have a question in the chat, which is really interesting. What is the most important contribution your father and mother have made to your successes? Does anyone want to go first?
I don't know.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Did someone else want to go?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Mine kind of pertains to mother, father, and my grandfather. My grandfather is what really pushed me to go to college and to get out of my small little town I was in. Without him, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. I also don't know where I would be without attending my dream school. But as my mother and father, one thing that they really helped me with is when I was on dialysis at the time. And at 18 years old on dialysis, it took a lot out of me. I was not able to drive. I couldn't pick up a gallon of milk to make myself a glass of something. I was totally dependent on them to help me with absolutely everything. And over time, thankfully, I've grown and learned to do things myself. But in the very beginning was my hardest because at 18 years old, I was stubborn and I wanted to conquer the world. And then when my disease hit me, it kind of all went out the window. It hit me by surprise. It was unknown. It happened within 24 hours that everything came crashing down. And thankfully, I had that support system that helped me and to drive me where I needed to go, because without them, I don't think I would have made my treatments. I wouldn't have been able to take my meds because I was stubborn. I don't know, honestly. So my parents and my grandfather really helped me to overcome and to let me know that even though I am disabled and I have this disease, that shouldn't keep me from conquering my dream. I should dream even bigger and keep going after that dream no matter what. But that's a little bit of what my parents did.
Thank you, Allie. And whenever we're answering this question too, maybe we can also expand it to family or even chosen family as well, in case this question may not be applicable to everyone. So Harlan, I know you had an answer earlier. Would you like to go?
Oh, yes, thanks. Well, for me, I lost my eyesight when I was 18. And my parents and my family were there to give me a lot of support, but they also never let me slide. If I could do something for myself, they insisted that I do it for myself. And I remember one conversation when I was arguing with my dad, and I had said something about it not being fair. And a little while later, my dad came in and gave me a copy of the Bible and told me that if I could find anywhere in that book that it said life was fair, he would change his mind. And I can tell you, it doesn't say anywhere in there that life is fair. And so I think that was one of the big things that helped me understand that a lot of this is going to be on me. And I'm going to have to figure out ways to do things for myself and improve myself and improve circumstances for people with disabilities. And that's what I really try to do every day.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm thinking that we missed an opportunity by not inviting Harlan's dad to this panel. Okay. Wilbur, what about you? Do you want to give your take on this?
So I have a lot of support. First, I wanted, my dad has pushed me out of my comfort zone, because at one point in time, I felt like if it weren't for him, I don't think I would be sitting here, because some of the things I have learned He have taught me how to cut the bus on my own. He have taught me how to go to the bank on my own. He have taught me how to go grocery shopping on my own, to be an independent man and not to be worried about somebody else to help me along the way. Also, my mom, my family. So I had a lot of support, like I was saying. But the main person that helped me along the way was my dad, because as a man, you're supposed to know how to do things for yourself and others. So with a disability, it was kind of hard, but he understood me and he balanced with that. So yeah, I have a lot of support, and which I'm grateful for that.
It sounds like you have a really wonderful community that really believes in you.
Oh yes, because I don't think it's been hard. I have my challenge. I have my days, and which I continue to keep pushing through. I keep striving. I keep pushing. So I'm the one that when I first told my dad I wanted to go back to school because I felt like I was missing something. I wanted my high school diploma. So he was like, well, go ahead and go for it. If you need my support, I'm right on the side with you. So I felt that I know that he's going to be right there by my side along the way. So yeah, I'm excited.
That's awesome. Stuart, what about you?
I will just say that my parents have always invested in my future. I don't know enough about my past, or I've heard conflicting stories about my past. So I won't get into whether I was told I couldn't do anything or what have you, because I really don't know. but there was definitely say in my future, an investment, and it was always known that I could make decisions for myself, and so I do every day.
Thank you, Stuart. Kim?
Well, with my parents, I had 3 other siblings, so they really never treated me any different than the other ones, and I was never baby, oh, she can't see to do this or that. It was none of that. I was always able and encouraged to do what my other siblings were doing, and I think that helped with a lot of independence. And just like, for instance, with Carly, she's very independent, and that's because we let her do, and we don't baby her either.
I am a firm believer that your daughter Carly will take over the world one day. I really do think that. And before we move forward, I do want to point out, Harlon, that someone in the YouTube chat loves your dad. So apparently everyone loves your dad.
Yeah.
Isaac, I would love to hear your response on the question.
As far as like my mother and my father, they definitely laid down a foundation for me growing up, similar to how Mr. Wilbert was describing with his father, because they're the ones that provided the education and support growing up in the foundation and introduced to me the community, what the community mainly is consisted of, mainly. And so, how they say charity begins at home. They definitely put me to work at home first in the community, and then going out into the community and just knowing that the real feel of community. Because at one point, I think your parents prepare you for, a legacy. They prepare you to maintain yourself. So because at one point, they weren't there for me, like throughout my diagnosis, they weren't there, and I had to be strong enough to educate them, so far as with my diagnosis of HIV and everything that entails, so at one point, it was used to educate them on how they can be more supportive to me, as a person living with HIV. So yeah, definitely, they laid off the foundation for it to work, because I don't think that if they had laid out the foundation that I would know to go to them to be like, look, this is what I'm going through and I need support like this, because some individuals don't even have that. So just to acknowledge, it's not about me, because I have been through things as well without them. So I had to rely on community to get through and to get them back. So yeah, definitely they laid out a foundation. And thanks for asking that question.
Yeah, it's an incredibly powerful testimony. As a person with a disability, I think one of the most important tools that you can learn is knowing how to educate others on what it really is like to be a person with a disability or a health condition, and the reality of it, and that it's going to be okay. It may suck along the way and it may be harder than other people's journeys, but at the end of the day, it'll be all right, most likely. There's a comment in the question in the chat that says, as a child, did you participate in youth activities? How were you treated and what did you learn from your peers?
Again, that goes back to what I did at summer camp. Of course, I participated in youth activities, and they were very respecting of me. And it's where I came up from behind in my Judaism. So there's that.
Does anyone else have any input?
It doesn't really pertain to me exactly as youth because I wasn't diagnosed until I was 18 years old. So as a youth, saying camp and summer camps, I was a normal, healthy kid, but I can kind of relate to the beginning of college as a freshman in college. At the time, I had 2 dialysis ports, one in my neck and one in my shoulder. And I live at the very top of Texas, so it gets over 100 degrees. And so it would be very hot, and I would be outside in a tank top or something. And I never really saw it as something to be ashamed of until kids would point it out, or other college students be like, what's on your neck? Like, what's there? What is that? What's wrong with you? And kids can be hateful at times, and that made me really self-conscious, but I've learned that was what was keeping me alive. That's what let me see the next day. It let me continue my journey. It let me all of these things. So once I would explain it to people, telling them that I was in stage renal disease, that my kidneys weren't functioning correctly, they kind of were more accepting because they kind of realized wow, she is strong. She's going through this. She has no shame. She's not embarrassed to be out in public or anything like that. And so as a youth, I wasn't diagnosed, but it's accepting. I have to explain it to people because many don't know what end-stage renal disease or what dialysis was, because as a kid, that's not a term we hear every day. And so whenever I would explain it to them, they weren't so afraid of me, I would say. They were more accepting, wow, and then they wanted to learn more. And I would tell them more about the disease and what you can do and all these other things. And because of that, I joined many kidney foundations here throughout Texas and Louisiana. So I love to get back and explain to people exactly how it works and how it functions, because you never really understand what your kidneys do until you lose one. And you're like, oh, well, this is interesting. But they were very accepting. It just takes some explanation because it's new to people who wouldn't be afraid or be a little shocked to see that. But yes, that's mine.
I wonder if you know my father, Dr. Eric Simon.
I'm trying to think. I meet so many people that I'm more of a face person. Once I see them, I'm like, oh yes, I know them. But by names, I forget my name half the time. I won't respond.
Chances are chances are you've seen him maybe once or twice and you don't remember.
Most likely.
But he is a nephrologist.
Oh,
and,
wow. Yes,
so,
most likely I've met him then.
What?
I said most likely I've met them. So
Yeah, it's a small world when it comes to what you know about kidney disease, and I know a small bit thanks to him, because even though it doesn't affect me personally, but you know, anyway, you said the thing in your neck was what was keeping you alive. Don't you mean it was what would have killed you if you hadn't taken the initiative to go check it out?
Yes, Stuart, if I'm understanding you're meaning it was a dialysis port, so I had a heart catheter. I refused I can't think of the exact name. It goes in your arm. If anybody remembers it, please tell me. I had a heart catheter, but yes, I had to take the initiative to go to dialysis. And that was one of the hardest things for me, because I dreaded sitting down in the pain of 5 hours. Like, no 18-year-old wanted to do that. We wanted to be out. We wanted to go hang with friends or play video games. But I was sitting there, one of the youngest people in the dialysis center, and would have to make the initiative to bring myself to dialysis. And so, yes, it's what kept me alive as long as I made the initiative to go to dialysis. Otherwise, it was just a port. It served no purpose unless I used the machine to be able to access it.
Well, the very first thought I had about the dialysis was my father's. The very first experience I had with what my father was actually doing was him taking the Schadenfreude of having these young people sit up at the machine, and it was something that I didn't see, but it was talked about, you know.
Yes, I understand. It's definitely different. If you ever see someone who is a dialysis patient or even a kidney transplant, they have scars on my neck and shoulders because you do have ports. You get shots every day. You need your kidneys to live. And so when you lose your kidneys, you have to think of an alternative, which comes to dialysis, which I was very lucky enough to have a kidney transplant, which takes me off dialysis. And so I just take the pills every day. There's no more need for a machine. I get to live a normal life. I get to go out and have fun and go to class. I don't have to, I don't have to think of what time I need to get to dialysis. I don't have to take 5 hours out of my day to be able to go accomplish that goal of going to dialysis. But I understand what you're saying, Stuart, but thanks for asking the question about it. I really appreciate it. Sorry, Lillian, we just kind of took over.
No, that's exactly the purpose of the panel. I'm glad that you guys were able to connect on that point. We also have a comment on our YouTube chat. It says, when I had my son educate his classmates on his disability, they became more understanding and inclusive. They at some point began to advocate for him without asking, LOL.
That also happened to me in 9th grade. It happened only in 9th grade because otherwise there was it was advocating against, of all things, racism and anti-Semitism. But I was also ridiculed for having a disability. They called me an Asperger because that's what it would have been diagnosed as. With the emphasis on Asperger, you know. But anyway, and they said And when I said he was a German doctor and they said he probably was a Nazi, I didn't think at the time that it was actually potentially true. He was collaborating with the Nazis. And so I'm glad that we took him off the DSM-5. The DSM-5 is what we use to diagnose learning disabilities and social disabilities. So if I were diagnosed today, I'd be diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. As it happens, I was diagnosed under the DSM, I think under the DSM-3 maybe, as pervasive developmental disorder, and then again under the DSM-4 as Asperger's. But today I'd be diagnosed as ASD.
Well, thank you for sharing that, Stuart. I wanted to ask if anyone else had any experiences with peers starting to advocate for you before you even had to advocate for yourself, or friends.
I've had my peers advocate for me, especially when it first happened, because it happened out of nowhere. I just graduated high school. I was on my second week of college, and my life completely turned upside down. But my peers actually started making t-shirts. They were trying to raise money for me to be on dialysis, because at 18 years old, I did not have the insurance to cover anything that I needed kidney-wise. Never thought I would need it until I was older, but this shows you how fast life can change. But besides just helping me raise awareness and things like that, I noticed little small things here in college, and my friends do today, is that they always try to accommodate me. For example, whether it be eating out with food or, you know, just the times I have to take my medication, they plan around things. They kind of take me into considerations, like Allie's, you know, Allie can't have sugar or something like that. And so they'll make me a sugar-free birthday cake. It's just little small things that mean the world to me. And so, yes, I've had a great support system who's always advocated for me or is always there. They still think about me. They make sure to include me, whether it's, you know, going somewhere to eat or just going out to the park. But yes, I've had my peers advocate. And I think that's amazing that they were doing that for her son. That's awesome.
It's so important to have that community and that support system around you. I remember one of the most hurtful things I had ever experienced is, you know, I had gotten established with a friend group, they had known me, and then later on they had revealed to me that whenever they first met me, they didn't want to become friends with me or get too attached to me because they were scared that I was going to die because I had an oxygen cannula, and all they had seen was the faults in our stars. And they thought I had lung cancer. Like, in their head, they had diagnosed me with lung cancer, which is not my issue. But through gradual, you know, getting to know me and education, they actually became one of the strongest support systems and the coolest group to be around. They were the ones who were so excited to push my wheelchair that one day. And so through that conversation, it was gradually normalized. I know we're running short on time. We have about 20 minutes left. Once again, I want to encourage our audience members to send in any questions that you may want to ask our panelists, whether this be through YouTube or Zoom chat. Another question that we have is, what's the 3 most valuable community resources or supports for you guys?
I'll take a shot at it because I kind of wanted to answer the other question, just to share experiences about people living with HIV, because particularly when I was diagnosed with HIV, I was at Southern University, and again, so that was my health, a challenge when I was in school, and then I had a friend that was diagnosed with HIV as well, so we kind of helped support each other, and that's another aspect of community, of people supporting each other from the same community and developing a type of community with each other, but also just to bring another issue so far as mental health to the light, because I can remember when I was in school, and then I had decided to go to graduate school, mainly, and there were some days that my mental health wasn't up to par where I couldn't go on campus. You know, I would just have to communicate to my supervisors and or my graduate mentor. And I can remember a few instances where that same friend that was diagnosed with HIV that was like me, that was pursuing a degree as well, would drop off my assignments for me. And that really meant a lot to me then, because I couldn't believe that I couldn't actually, I didn't have enough guts to leave my apartment, you know. My mental health was not right. And of course, I got that straight with, the use of medications again. But even now to where I can talk about my experiences. The peer support was definitely someone that was just like me, experiencing something like me, who understood what I was going through when I said, I can't go to campus today. Can you please send this in? My anxiety is just up the roof already. And then it's a major assignment. Please take it for me, and that was meaningful for me because, I was able to eventually graduate. So I think that the support from each other is where a lot of the source comes from. People from similar to you or with this, some similarities. And then there's also resources available in the community. There's strong organizations and foundations historically that can provide resources and support. People with similar abilities or similarities, the peer support, and then resources, and then a lot of us said family. So I think those three are very important to me.
Thank you, Isaac. And I think you bring up a really great point about mental health, because it's such a crucial part of taking care of your overall health. And I know that I haven't heard a lot of conversations in the disability community about how disability or health conditions can really impact your mental health. Does anyone else want to take a shot at the question as Isaac phrased it?
I'm going to take a shot at I'm going to take a shot at the question which somebody posted in chat, actually, because I want us to get through this. It says, how is the culture of persons with invisible disabilities different than those with visible disabilities? And I'm going to say that my disability is invisible. And so, it was hard at first. I think it's a lot easier now, but when I was born in 1986 and throughout the 80s, 90s, and even the early aughts, it was very difficult to find a system that would work for me, acknowledging that I had a disability, because for normal schools, it was sure, but we can't handle him here. But for the disabled schools, I was too advanced for them. I was actually expelled from my first daycare center, and it was because I had I reacted to something in a very negative way, which was stereotypically autistic. However, it was a constant struggle to find a place for me to fit in, both in St. Louis, where I lived, and in New Orleans, where I moved in 1994. And that meant that I was constantly being a square peg fit in a round hole, until I switched schools on my own and I'll just leave it there. It's not, it wasn't but I will say that during my employment, it was very difficult to get employment because I was seen as not typical of the disabled employees that LRS and others tailored to.
Thank you, Stuart. Mr. Harlon, I would like to get your opinion on how the culture of persons with invisible disabilities differ than those with visible disabilities.
Well, it's interesting because when it comes to invisible disabilities, I think the biggest challenge is society's need for proof, I guess you would say. With invisible disabilities, lots of times people can say, oh, well, I can't do this because I have this, or I have difficulty with this because of this. And without that visual evidence, a lot of people in our society are doubtful that there actually is an invisible disability there to speak of. And I would say probably that would be one of the biggest challenges. But also just in terms of resources and things like that, a lot of times invisible disabilities don't have as many resources that they can depend on for assistance with those disabilities as physical disabilities.
Thank you. Sure. And our last question that I would like to ask of everyone is, in our last 10 minutes, is what does your best life look like? And Wilbert, I'll let you go first.
My best life?
Yes, anything you can dream of.
Graduated. My best life is graduating from college. Graduating from college and also just living the life that I always pray for. So that I'm working hard for, that is my life. That's my life. I just want to live best.
I love that. Thank you, Wilbert. And please know that I'm rooting for you, and I think you'll get there.
Thank you.
For me, it's an integrated community where I can live, independently, commute to work, and do a lot of things. Once I can move out of my parents' house. Not that I don't like my parents, but it's not. But I think that it should be at least somebody's goal to move out of their parents' house.
That makes sense. Thank you, Stuart. Allie, would you like to go?
Sure. Wilbert kind of stole my thunder, but so mine would be graduating. I've worked so hard after everything I've been through, and I still go through today. I get tears in my eyes when I think of walking that stage with my cap and gown and just waving to my family to see where I was in the beginning, weighing only 90 pounds in a hospital bed, relying on oxygen and wheelchairs, to walking the stage proud and holding up that degree I'm going to get in law. Might take me a little bit, but I'm going to get there. And my dream job is for the FBI. I've always wanted to work for an FBI since I can remember as a kid. I've never changed it. And that's my goal. I want to be a detective. I want to be a forensic scientist. And that is my goal in life. And no matter what I go through or the troubles and challenges that I face every day, I will get that. I will get the degree. I will walk the stage. I will shake the president's hand. I will do it.
Like, call President Biden now, he's graduating.
I'm at the president of the university, but
oh, well,
United States president, I'll shake either hand. I'm okay with
there
both.
you go. Bambi puts in the chat that she expects invites to everyone's graduation.
I got you covered.
We will.
Kim, would you like to go?
Sure. Well, I don't know about dream, but I find I am living the dream. And I guess another thing is seeing Carly actually take over the world one day. Maybe she will become president.
Well, I mean, I don't have to like hope for that. Like, that's set in stone already. We know she's going to take over the world. Mr. Harlon, would you like to go?
Yeah, I always said, we need to be more worried about the life we have than the life we want. But I've been very fortunate and very blessed to have mentors and opportunities and things that helped me to get the skills and the training and things that I need to be independent and self-sufficient. And I think in my perfect life, I would really like to just keep helping others to be able to find those same kind of resources and opportunities and to be able to reach those same kind of goals, because there's a lot of work ahead of us, but we're all in a much better place than we've ever been in before. And I feel really positive about the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And last but not least, Isaac.
So living my best life, I mean, I guess I could say, graduating, that was definitely a turning point in my life. And then I wanted to achieve more. So I'll be glad to hear you achieve all those things, Ali and Wilbert, because that's something that I wanted to achieve more once I achieved, one thing. But now I think that it'd be appropriate for me to want to end the HIV epidemic. I mean, that's the only way I could say I'm living my best life, is because I want to impact communities to let them know about prevention, and even provide support and hope for those who are living with HIV. That's living my best life. And I think since being diagnosed with HIV, I've been able to recognize living my best life, because there was really nothing that I was pretty much good at until I started doing this. So so my best life would be ending the HIV epidemic.
Thank you. Thank you, Isaac. And I just want to say thank you to everyone for participating in this panel today. I think we had some really great discussion, and I look forward to seeing everyone graduate. So thank y'all again. And that is it for our self-determination, empowerment, and independence panel.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you guys. Great job. We appreciate it. We will be back on at 2 o'clock for our next session. So thank you.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Bye, Stuart.
Bye.
Harlan, great seeing you guys.
Can't find the exit button.
It's at the bottom right. It's red. It says leave.
Oh, okay. It was hidden from me. Nice to meet you guys.
Bye. Sharon, do you want to see if you can share your screen now? If not, I can.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so it is, there it is, and I can hear you just fine. I can see you just fine. And is
Okay.
Dr. Mandal?
Yep, I'm here.
You're
Dr.
there.
Becky's here.
I can hear y'all and see you too. So, all right, so yeah, we are, it looks like we're ready to go. And it is what, Mandal Blasio or Mandel Blasio?
Mandal Blasio. Thank you for asking.
Yes. And it's Delvisco?
Absolutely correct.
All right. We have a little bit of time left. I just wanted to make sure
Sure.
I had that together and the PowerPoint is working. So you can manage the PowerPoint just fine. You just couldn't send it.
Yeah, it's too big to send as a PowerPoint. I had to put it in PDF, but I don't know if we have the capacity to add files into the chat, but we can add it into the chat as a file.
Okay, I think.
But I don't know if we have that capacity.
I think you should be able to add your files there.
Sure.
Yeah, and we'll send out all of our PowerPoints for all of our presentations to people who registered.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. We'll be starting our next session in a couple of minutes. If our panelists and interpreters can turn on their screen, their cameras, that would be great. So it seems we have two Sharon Delviscos.
Hey, Rachel.
Okay.
I'm glad you're here.
Okay, guys, we'll start in about a minute. Hi, everyone. We're going to start our presentation for our 2 o'clock session. Welcome, everyone, for our 2 o'clock session on the second day of the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs Conference. Dr. Melanie Washington with the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs will introduce our presenters.
Good afternoon, and welcome to our session on healthy and unhealthy relationships, preventing exploitation of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. As Bambi mentioned, my name is Melanie Washington, and I am Governor's Office of Disability Affairs staff, and I'll be moderating this session. I want to start off with briefly introducing our two speakers, but their full bios and all of the interesting and important information that they've done will be available. It's available now on the agenda. You can click on the link to look at their bios. Before I read the bios, I'd like to ask Dr. Mandal, Blasio, and Dr. Delvisco, would you prefer if you all just kind of look at the chat and tag team it, or would you prefer I ask the questions at the end?
We can address them as they come up. We take turns presenting. And our third presenter who we didn't know would be able to join us is Rachel Sykes.
Okay, and so unfortunately I don't have a
That's okay.
bio on, but if she would like, she can go ahead and introduce herself, after I introduce the two of you. So that's Rachel Sykes. All right, so first we have Dr. Rebecca Mandal Blasio. She is the clinical director in Louisiana for autism spectrum therapies and is a BCBAD She leads a team of BCBA supervisors and behavior interventionists serving families in and around the New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and Florida parishes area. She's a licensed psychologist in the state of Louisiana. Dr. Mandal Blasio studied mental health issues in people with developmental disabilities across the lifespan. She's conducted statewide trainings for caregivers and professionals on topics related to people who have dual diagnosis of developmental disabilities and psychiatric or behavioral problems. All right, and next we have Dr. Sharon Delvisco. She is employed as a training and course development associate with Team Dynamics LLC. She has over 30 years of experience and enjoys advocating for people with disabilities. She's provided supported employment, supported living, community connections, mentoring, behavior, and life skills support for people with all disabilities, their families, and the agencies that provide services to live in the community. She believes all people should be supported to live the lifestyle of their choice in the community. Separate is not equal is the guiding principle for all her work and advocacy efforts in the human services field. She has a bachelor's degree in psychology, a master's of social work degree from SUNO, and received her doctor of social work degree from University of Southern California. All right, and so Rachel, if you'd like to go next, Rachel Sykes, you can go now.
Hi, thank you all for having me on with y'all. My name is Rachel Sykes. I work at North Shore Families Helping Families as the Adults Program Coordinator. I help adults with disabilities ages 16 and up, and I do all kind of fun events, virtual and in person right now. So thank you all for having me.
Thank you, Rachel. So without further ado, we will turn it over to the speakers so you all can get started.
Hi, thank you guys for having us. My name is Sharon Delvisco, like Dr. Washington said, and one of the most important roles I feel that I have is I'm a mom of a young man with an intellectual and developmental disability. If you guys want more information after the event today, I posted my email address in the chat box for you. It's also in the presentation, which is going to be shared with you guys. This is a presentation about a partnership that we have between Team Dynamics and the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council. This is my contact info. So the whys, what triggered us to begin providing this training was actually an article and story that Joe Shapiro did in 2018 on NPR, where he interviewed people with intellectual and developmental disabilities who had experienced sexual abuse or sexual violence. And they spoke about how it made them feel and how they had not received enough support and mostly didn't have enough information in order to prevent themselves from becoming victims of sexual assault or sexual violence. And we started to look at what was happening in Louisiana. There's limited to no sex ed training in the public school system, especially for folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities. There's no active teaching through the state about information relating to healthy and unhealthy relationships and how to keep yourself healthy, safe, and well if you're a person with an intellectual and developmental disability. And, you know, in general, the providers in the state don't have the funds to purchase expensive curriculums to provide this type of training, even if they decided that they wanted to. So, and there's very few people who we have come across in our work over the past almost 4 years now that are willing to provide this type of training and information to folks. So that's why we got started with it. So currently we offer 2 training options. One is a 2-hour training series. And we offer the 2-hour training series to both people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their family members, caregivers, and professionals who provide support to them. So that option is available. We are providing it now online in a virtual setting using Zoom so that people can have access to the information. We offer it once a month, these educational workshops. And then our second option that we're going to add in some information for you guys today is a 6-topic retreat style training. That's our option 2 training. We just piloted this training in June, and we're going to share some info with you guys about that. And we have started our train the trainer process so that folks with lived experience can join our training team. And we've identified 2 people who have joined the train the trainer process: Rachel Sykes, who's with us today, and Michael Holmquist. This is some more information about training option 1. And like I said, it's 2-hour sessions. Well, it's a 2-hour session for folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and then a 2.5-hour session for family members, caregivers, and professionals. And right now we do the family member training in the mornings, and we do the training for folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities in the afternoon in the same day. And we offer that once a month. And it's all been online since the start of COVID. But before that, when we did them in person, we had them at Families Health and Family Centers or at public libraries. To date, we've had 27 of these trainings offered across the state of Louisiana, and 10 of the trainings have happened to be a Zoom. This is the information about the next upcoming training event if you were interested in attending. The links will be in the handout, and I'll post them in the chat box for you as soon as Dr. Becky takes over. But we have training on August 13th, and again in the morning for family members and caregivers, and in the afternoon for folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And Rachel is the co-trainer for both of those training events already. So this is the attendance so far. We started in 2018 to offer the trainings, and you can see how the attendance breaks out across the years. We've seen a drastic drop off in attendance since we've moved to the Zoom meetings for folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities, but a big increase in the number of people who are attending representing family members or caregivers. We've trained 650 people overall since we started the training option 1. This is some demographics about the people who have attended so far. 82 female people who are self-advocates, 81 males. No one reports that they were transgendered. As far as the parents and caregivers, we have 427 females, 41 males, 3 people preferred not to report, and 1 person identified as being transgendered or non-binary. And we have the age range for the participants. You can see it there. And the average age for the self-advocates who are participating in the training is 32, and the average age for family members and caregivers is 45. As far as ethnicity, you can see how now we didn't begin to collect information in a self-reported fashion, which means people telling us which race or ethnic background they identified as. We didn't start that officially until May of 2021, but we took pictures with permission of people who participated in the training before that, and based upon our pictures from the trainings before that, it breaks out just about even as far as people who identify as Caucasian and people who identify as African American or Black. But this is the official data we've collected since May.
So looking at the training topics that we cover, this slide is going to talk about the training topics that we cover with both groups, both the caregivers and the self-advocates. So we begin the training where we, indicate to everyone that this is really for mature audiences. There's going to be slang words used as examples. We're going to be talking about different types of scenarios and situations that maybe people are not always comfortable with. We also, in the beginning, knowing that we're going to talk about physical and sexual abuse, we provide information for a 24-hour access line for people who maybe feel uncomfortable or who are triggered to remember something that they've been through, that they're able to access some kind of mental health assistance if this training triggers them to have any kind of traumatic response. We go on to talk about that just overall sex is confusing. And it's not just sex about the physical aspect, you're talking emotional aspect, you're talking about being able to care for yourself and to discuss really hard topics with people that you are considering dating or becoming very intimate with. So on the foundation, sex is confusing, and it's a very abstract type of topic to talk about. We go further to talk about what's the medical terminology for the body parts. And this is very important, not only so that everyone can understand what we're talking about in the presentation and what body parts we're talking about, but also in the event if anyone were to become ill or to have any kind of traumatic incident occur to them, they would be able to report the actual events that took place without using slang or cute maybe family names for different body parts. They would be more reliable to be able to convey what has happened to them. We then discuss what consent is, and consent is really a gray area, and it's not black and white to understand. And so one of the videos, and we've attached the YouTube link for this that we use, it's really good for a discussion point. It covers, different ways people could ask for consent or reasons why people can't give consent, which leaves the option open for discussion with both the caregivers and the self-advocates. We also cover information regarding gender identity and sexual orientation using a tool called the Genderbread Person, which is also free and on the internet. So then the training veers a little bit, and we begin to talk to family members about sexual abuse, and we review the demographics of victims and perpetrators. We look at the arrest and the conviction rates. What are the reporting signs? What are the warning signs, and how do you report that this has happened? Also, again, reviewing the importance of the medical terminology. Dr. Sharon and I worked with some state officials and some national officials who look at physical and sexual abuse. And one of the #1 recommendations that they indicated to us was to make sure everyone knows the medical terminology, which is why we promote it so much in the actual presentation. After that, we then talk about, with the self-advocates, talking about self-care. What are the different body parts? What is consent? Again, we review it again. What is consent? What is gender? And what is your sexual orientation? How do you identify? We also talk about self-care. And one of the things that we've noticed over the last 3 years is that the average age is about 30 of the people who are attending our trainings for self-advocates. Many of the females who come haven't had a gynecological exam. They don't know what a pap smear is. They're not doing mammograms. So we go into detail to show them what it's like and advocate for them, to advocate for themselves to be able to get this type of care as they need it. At the same time, for the males, average age is 34. Most men don't get a digital rectal exam until they're about 50. No one is talking to the males about the fact that they're going to need the digital rectal exam to check for prostate cancer, and why is it necessary, and why is it done, and who should perform these types of things on you. So we're providing just basic self-care instruction for them to advocate for themselves, to get this, to take care of themselves. We also go into detail about sexually transmitted infections and what do you need to do to protect yourself from that. And what are some of the consequences that affect not only yourself, but your types of relationships that you have with people if you have a sexually transmitted infection. We also talk about methods to protect for pregnancy as well. Here you can look at the pre and post tests that we've done. The numbers are slightly different regarding the sample size because some people opt not to do the pre and post test. So looking at the self-advocates regarding, the lowest score was 33, the highest was 79, but the mean score was 55 at the pre-test. After the 2-hour presentation that we were working with the self-advocates, you can see the mean score increased to 74%. That's only a 2-hour presentation, reviewing the information only once. Looking at the family and caregivers, this is a basic sex ed course or training that we're doing. And you can see that the lowest score for the family was 54 and the highest was a 99. After the training, all the scores for the family members went up as well. Here's just a comparison of the different questions that we asked on, and you can see the difference between the pre and post test. The one that was most confusing is what is consent? And I indicated earlier that consent is a very abstract topic to discuss because it's so gray. And you can see on that particular one, people had a lot of problems with that one, which is why going forward, we have changed how we're doing our consent topic and discussing things a little bit more in depth. Here's the caregivers comparison. You can see again, basic self, sex education training. And you can see that there was an increase as well with some of their items. What was interesting to note is that some of the parents, the scores weren't higher on some of the actual items on the test, but after the training, they were able to get the correct answers. One of the other additional questions that we asked was we wanted to know if people had ever had any kind of sex ed class in the past. And the self-advocates reported that they had about 47% of self-advocates had some kind of sex ed class in the past. And their parents or caregivers was 67%. We also wanted to know if anyone had ever been sent images of any kind of sexual nature that maybe they didn't want to see. And this was actually very high, where 50% of the self-advocates indicated that they had received some kind of image, either via a phone or a computer, that they had received that they didn't want to see, compared to 62% of their family members. Looking at the evaluations of just the overall evaluations, did they feel that the presenters were knowledgeable? Did they think it was informative? All of these different areas, between 90 and 97%, people agreed that the activities focused on special points, that participation was encouraged. Overall, they were very satisfied with the evaluations from a self-advocate standpoint. Same thing as well regarding their parents and caregivers. So some of the conclusions that we drew from this regarding self-advocates is that a 2-hour presentation with a lot of open discussion about sexuality and how to care for yourselves from a health perspective can provide learning opportunities where you can see an increase from a pre to a post test. We did try to do a 1 month, because this was an immediate recall test. We also tried and sent out the test a month later, but the response rate was so low that we couldn't do the statistics. As once people are not present, they don't always complete test that you want them to, but it was something that we did try. The other conclusion that we drew is that, given an opportunity to ask questions in a judgment-free zone, you can clarify a lot of misconceptions. You can provide education and direction about how to have healthy relationships. And a lot of anecdotal information that we gained from all of these trainings were, some of them were very significant. Some of them we learned of individuals who are self-advocates were having people tell them that they were their boyfriends or their girlfriends and that they demanded to have sex with them. And the people having sex didn't want to. Provider agencies weren't aware that this was happening to the individuals. We also discovered, like I told you, people not getting gynecological exams that they should have, and being able to provide and shed light to the self-advocates about what their rights are, was a really big goal that, we can't always capture it with the statistics, but we can capture anecdotally. The other thing is that we suspect that the number of people who've actually been sent pictures of a sexual nature that didn't want to is actually higher in the community than what the participants indicated, because if we had 50%, we actually think that number is higher. Given some conclusions regarding the parents and the caregivers, our assumption was that the parents who are and the caregivers who are educating the self-advocates about sexual relationships or healthy relationships, that they would have the correct knowledge. And what we discovered was there were some gaps in actual correct information that the parents didn't have. Now, with the 2-hour presentation, we were able to help give them information, but some of the post-tests were still not at 100%, which really shows and speaks volumes that we have to help our caregivers and give them the information to be able to convey to the self-advocates the correct information. Other interesting is that 62% of the family members are receiving pictures of a sexual nature, which indicates that a lot of people are seeing things on the internet, or seeing things on their phones, or other places, possibly TVs, that they don't want to see with regards to a sexual nature. And then the other thing that we learned from an anecdotal standpoint is a lot of the parents expressed that they really didn't feel comfortable talking about sexuality with their self-advocates because they never viewed them as needing to have that information, kind of like the eternal child hypothesis. So they've never discussed it with them. And one of the things that we definitely try to teach the family members is that if you don't talk to them and give them the correct information, they're going to get the information from somewhere and it may not be correct. And that could lead to problems with, unhealthy relationships, and even as far as sexual abuse.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Becky. And I just wanted to add that the rate of sexual abuse, when you look at the literature and the documentation, reports from law enforcement and FBI, the rate of sexual assault for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities is 4 to 7 times higher than people without disabilities. And the rate for people without disabilities is 1 in 4 men will experience sexual assault in their lifetime, and 1 in 3 women will experience sexual assault in their lifetime. So the numbers for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, whether it gets reported or not, are large because they're 4 to 7 times more likely to be sexually assaulted than a person without a disability. So it is a huge issue to be addressed. Rachel, did you have anything? Oh, sorry, Dr. Becky.
That's okay. The other thing, some of the recommendations that we walked away with is that we noticed that there was a low attendance rate by self-advocates. And part of that was because a lot of the self-advocates have to depend on others for transportation. So some of the things that we were just getting ready to try when COVID hit was that we were actually providing the training in vocational training centers in the community so that we could reach more self-advocates. The other thing is that, multiple trainings need to happen in each region of the state. We were only able to go to one region for one time a month to be able to do this training. And if you weren't available that day, then you weren't able to attend. So really multiple times need to happen. The other thing that we noticed and we were able to gain information from anecdotally is that more information about sexuality and technology needed to happen for both the caregivers and the parents. And we have since added this into our presentation because just because of the sexual nature of pictures being sent, as well as any kind of sexting that may be taking place as well. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
Well, I was talking. So Rachel, did you have any comments for that part? You good? Okay. Well, just interrupt me if you do, like I interrupted Dr. Becky. Okay. So we're going to move to our second training option, which we piloted. We had a Dr. Nathaniel Williams and Amy Cussman with Backyard Products provided us with the funding to pilot the 6-topic training. We piloted it in June, and people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and they were allowed to have a guest or their chauffeur attend as long as they approved the participation and attendance of the person that accompanied them to the training event. It was provided in a method of 2 topics per day over 3 days, 1 day a week. It was an in-person event and it was held in Lacombe. Right, this is a short video about the training.
People with intellectual and developmental disabilities are 4 to 7 times more likely to experience sexual assault. This training aims to change that. The Healthy Relationships Matter training course gives self-advocates and their families the tools they need to navigate difficult topics. And it is already making a difference.
I'm learning about new things in our class, and I know about relationship that is really, really fun to learn about.
I like getting to learn about relationships and that you can say the answer yes, and you can take it back if you don't want that anymore.
About saying yes or no to touching people.
I don't like in public stuff, no singing things. Love class.
The most important thing that I've learned in this class is to be safe online and on dating apps, and just to be mature if you have disagreements with others.
I want to thank of y'all for teaching me how to do a lot of things.
97% of participants agreed that they learned valuable information from this course. We want to give others the chance as well. With your help, the Healthy Relationships Matter course can reach even more people. Visit teamdynamicsweb.com or call 985-624-3514 for more information.
Okay, so that's just our little some information that we got from the first group of people that participated in the pilot. The next trainings will be offered in August. It'll be across 3 days, 2 topics per day, August 24th, 31st, and September 7th, and we'll offer it in the Houma Thibodeau region. And, we're only going to take probably 15 people into this class, and I think we have 3 or 4 people already signed up. So if you're interested, I recommend that you get signed up as soon as possible. And then the next training will be offered in Jefferson Parish greater New Orleans area on October 1st, 8th, and 15th. And the locations to be determined. We're working with the Families Help and Family Center to find a meeting room to accommodate the training. I'll put the links for this registration in the chat box for you guys in just a minute.
Everyone, please, Sharon, on that slide, it says Jefferson Parish. It's got 2 different dates. Please disregard the August date for Jefferson Parish. It's the October 1st, 8th, and 15th date.
I apologize. Sorry. Okay. Is this still? Yes, I'm sorry, Doctor. Okay, so this is the attendance and the breakdown of the attendance and some basic demographics about the pilot for the training. 4 females and 6 males attended overall as people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And we had 4 female chauffeurs or family member caregivers that attended too. And this was the pre and post test comparison.
And you can see here, Sharon, if you don't mind me interrupting real quick, you can see here by what was covered in depth regarding each of the different modules and what, like for example, in module 1, we covered consent, anatomy, orientation, and health, and it was more in depth with actual applications, role plays, videos, different activities that took place to help them be able to understand these topics. And I think only 2 of the people, was it 2, Sharon? It was 2 people that have actually attended our training topic 1 and then attended this. So these were people that had never been exposed to this information before.
1.
Is that right?
1.
Okay. Then you can see from module 2. So the pretest and the post-test, you can see that there was actual increase. The public versus private behaviors, there was only a 1% increase. However, keep in mind that we had on some days 8, some days 10 participants. So one person's answer on a pre or post test, even if it was an outlier, greatly affected the percentage numbers that we're presenting to you. Module 3, that was the most abstract of all the modules that we presented, and the scores fell greatly. So what that tells Dr. Sharon and I is that we've got to go back and change module 3. The other thing to note is that we didn't have any applications in that one. We had no videos, we had no role plays. There was no hands-on type of techniques used in that particular module, which you can see is absolutely necessary given that the scores fell. Module 4 talks about friends and relationships, 5, feelings and relationships, and then decision-making and commitment for different types of relationships. And all of those showed an increase, some smaller than others, but an increase. But if you look at the overall pre-test average versus the post-test average, there was an increase. I'm sorry, Dr. Sharon.
So no, it's absolutely, the people learned by participating in the training, and they increased their skill level. And they also, one of the topics that you don't see on here specifically pulled out what it's about keeping yourself safe is covered as a part of every module. So keeping yourself safe as far as consent, anatomy, health, that's covered. Keeping yourself safe in relationship to public and private behaviors and places and spaces, and keeping yourself safe is covered in the other 4 modules too. So sexting and texting, online interactions with people, public versus private information that you should or shouldn't share. And I can tell you that it's just my gut feeling, but because we haven't done a whole lot of analysis of the data, but my gut feeling is that the more applied activities, role plays, and practice that we have about the skills that we're covering in each of the modules, the higher the post-test scores are. So I think that as we further develop the pilot modules, that we're gonna, like Dr. Becky said, increase the number of role plays and activities where people apply the skills that they're learning as a part of the training. This is information about the evaluation data that was collected from the people that participated in the training. 100% of the people agreed that we're knowledgeable. And then as you can see, 100% agreed that the information is valuable. And this is the results of the evaluations for the people who were self-advocates or people with lived experience of having an intellectual and developmental disability. And then this is a summary of the evaluations for the family members and caregivers that did, or we referred to as chauffeurs during the training. And they 100%.
That was
agreed.
a self-label. We didn't refer to them as that. That was a self-label they gave themselves.
They told us that they were chauffeurs, and that's why they were there. So that's what we started to call them, is chauffeurs, which, I really like that. So, but they agreed 100% on all items on the evaluation about the training being valuable, easy to understand, shareable, and we encourage people to participate.
So some of the conclusions that we obtained from the pilot was the training option 2 pilot was that we could still give an increase in knowledge about materials presented in 6 modules on the pre and post test. The biggest thing is that it was a much smaller group, so that we were able to have discussions in an intimate setting with the self-advocates, also giving them like hands-on demonstrations with videos or with maybe an activity that they participated in, even having different types of medical anatomies to discuss how to take care of themselves. They were able, for example, they were able to look at a speculum that is used in the gynecological pap smear and actually touch one, because some of them had never had the actual exam before, and we didn't want them to be afraid if and when their actual exam took place. So having the smaller group side allowed for more discussion. The evaluations also indicated that everyone was pretty happy with the training and felt that it was, the presenters knew what they were talking about, but that it was also something that they'd be able to share with other people that they found valuable. Now, module 3, that's the one that bothers us the most, and why, again, I've already indicated this, but, the material was very abstract and needs to be more concrete. So we've got to go rework this particular module and put more application in it to help illustrate the information we're trying to give to the self-advocates. Again, small sample size of 10, outliers greatly affect our pre and post test scores. So I think the more that we do this and we're able to compare all the pre and post tests amongst the different groups of people, I think we're going to get more of a truer account of what's happening in the actual trainings with regards to statistics. So modules that contain abstract material need to be redeveloped and make more concrete. We're going to have more applications in that particular module. We also are currently looking and doing an item by item analysis to be able to see where people went up or down on some scores, and those items that we actually found that people their scores were lower on the post-test, we're going to redevelop that section of those particular modules as well to make sure that we are explaining this as concretely as we can with applications as well. The other thing is that some material just may require repeated training to ensure understanding. And, given that, there's only so much time that we're able to review information with the self-advocates. There's only so many trainings that we can do. I can tell you, we're probably going to get creative with how we put some of the information in every single one of our modules. For example, we cover consent again, so that, because consent is important in any type of relationship, and it's the first step in any type of relationship that you have. So we wanted to make sure that everybody understood consent well. That being said, we'll probably have to review more material or offer more trainings like this to review the material again to ensure people are understanding it, but not only understanding it, but able to apply it in situations if it happens to them. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that one of the things that I think is most important for people to avoid becoming a victim of sexual assault is that they know that they have the right to say no. That's why we emphasize consent in all 6 of the modules. And we spend a good bit of time in the 2-hour training that we offer focused on consent and the right to say no. What I have learned in my 30 years of experience working with folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities is that we teach them to be compliant. Like Dr. Becky says, one of my biggest pet peeves is for me to read a behavior support plan that focuses on someone's non-compliance, because to me, saying no is the way that a person keeps themselves safe and healthy and well. So we really focus in on consent and the right to say no. We've heard a lot of stories from the people who come to the training about how they didn't know they had the right to say no, and how they didn't know that what was happening to them was sexual assault, because no one had ever explained to them what sexual activity was. So these are just my soapbox things as we wrap up. Ignoring sexuality for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities will not help them in any way. It's necessary for people to learn what healthy and unhealthy relationships are in order for them to know that they have, first of all, the right to say no, and second of all, what unhealthy relationships involve, so that they know they aren't getting taken advantage of in the community. People need info in order to make informed decisions about what they want to happen, who they want to be involved with, and how to keep themselves safe. Rachel, did you want to add anything about what you learned through the process, or your experience as a trainer now that you've joined our team?
I just pretty much wanted to thank you all for allowing me to join part of your team. It's been a very helpful class for me, and I wanted to thank you all.
Well, we're lucky to have you as a co-trainer, Rachel.
Absolutely. Does anyone in the audience have any questions for us?
Questions or comments?
I have a question. So most of the people who are attending these trainings, are they typically self-referred, or are they referred by certain agencies or family members?
It's a mix of people. When we collaborated with North Shore Families Helping Families to offer the training in Lacombe. We asked them to reach out to people with disabilities and their family members who they thought could most benefit by participating in the training. We advertise it widely. Team Dynamics has over close to 7,000 people on our email listserv mailing list. So our notices about training go out to that wide of an audience. So, but for the self-advocates, we get a lot of help from Rachel. And I am an advisor for the People First Self-Advocacy Group. And we ask them to share the information with people they think could benefit from it. So it's a mix is my answer. There's family members who come to the 2-hour training because they want to make sure that it's a good match for their family member to attend. And then later they will, their family member will attend the training at another time. So, but it's just a big mix.
And we also advertise on social media as well so that people can share. One of the interesting things since COVID to note is that we've actually had people from different states attending this as well. And even as far as Alaska, we had a self-advocate from Alaska attend, which was really interesting and fun to be able to see how things are in Alaska.
In Alaska. Yeah, we learned some stuff about Alaska and the healthy and unhealthy relationship training opportunities they have in Alaska. So yeah, we've had people. We have people from other states that attend the family member provider family member caregiver trainings. We have a big group of people who are registered from, I think it's Illinois, for the August training. So as word spreads, people sign up. But you know, this training's funded by the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council. So we always focus our efforts on drawing in that target audience. So if you guys know people, you're welcome to refer them.
So these trainings are, it sounds like you're saying this particular training is free to the attendee?
Oh yeah, there's no fee for attending. No, because it's sponsored by the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council. At this time, there's no fee at all for anybody to participate in the training. The monthly trainings that we offer, the 2-hour trainings, they're free to attend for family members, caregivers, and professionals. They're approved for continuing education units for social workers and attorneys, if that's necessary for a professional that attends. And then everybody gets a certificate that attends either training. But yeah, they're open, they're free to everybody because thank goodness the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council funded this initiative to prevent exploitation of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities.
This is some really good stuff. And I know it makes it more easily accessible when people don't have to worry about the cost. So this is really good.
Oh yeah, thank you for bringing that up because I didn't think to put it in. Yeah, no fee. And we welcome everybody.
I'm a social worker. Come and get some of those CEUs.
You need to sign up. That's right. Yeah.
Are there any other questions? We have about 10 minutes left if anybody wants to send any questions in, or if the three of you had anything else you want to add. Let's see. We have a couple of
Melanie, we had a question on YouTube. This is Bambi. It was a question, is chauffeur and family member being used interchangeably for your purposes?
Yeah, we what happened is we had several folks who signed up for the training and went home. And, you know, a lot of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities need a ride to get to the training. So they use their waiver services to have someone provide them with transportation to the training. So their direct support worker gave them a ride, but the direct support workers sat in the back of the room or in the lobby and didn't want to interfere with the person's ability to participate. But what happened throughout the first day is the folks themselves told their direct support worker to come into the room. And then when we were having a discussion, one of the direct support workers said, "I'm just here as a chauffeur." And all the people that were attending the training that day decided that chauffeur was the way they wanted to refer to the person who gave them a ride to come to the 6-topic training. So we just took that approach because that's what they said. So yeah, you know, we had previously, before we did the pilot, referred to everybody as a family member, caregiver, or professional, but we've added in chauffeur as a way to refer to the people who give people a ride to the training. But it is up to the individual about whether or not the person who provides them with transportation to the training for the 6-topic option 2 training, it's up to the individual about whether or not that person is allowed to participate in the training.
Tony, I saw your chat. I wrote down your information.
I gotcha.
Okay.
I got him. I'm gonna have to reread. I couldn't read the whole comment, but looks like he wants us to share info with him. So. Thanks, John. All right, well, we really appreciate you guys having us for this event. And if you have any questions, my email address is sharon@teamdynamicsweb.com. And to register for the training, you can go to www.teamdynamicsweb.com.
Thank you all so much for sharing this important information. And so what I think we can do, Sharon, on our end, if I can get all the, I'll reach out to you to get all of the training information you put in the chat, and I can share it with our networks because that's some really good information.
That'd be great. Thanks.
You're welcome. All right, that concludes the session.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for your presentation. Thanks, Dr. Washington. Our next presentation will be on emergency preparation, and it'll be at 3:30. So please stay tuned in for that last session of today. Thanks. Hi, everyone. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes. Hi, if all of the presenters for the next session would turn on their cameras and test their mics, we'll do that in the next couple minutes.
Hey, Bam.
Hey, Jessica. I see you. I hear you.
This is Cheri.
Hey, Cheri. I can see and hear you.
This is Crystal.
I heard you, Crystal.
Hey, Bambi, I'm here. Can you hear me? This is Amy.
Yeah, hey, Amy, I can hear you.
Okay.
And panelists, if you can, only turn on your camera when you're speaking. That way for our recording, I think that'll work out best. So we'll have the interpreters' cameras on and whoever is the one speaker speaking at that time. You can turn on your cameras now because I'm going to do the bios so we can see everybody. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the last session of the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs Conference for the second day. It is emergency preparedness. Are we over it yet? We cannot afford to be over it. And our presenters are Amy Dawson, who is a CEM in Amy Dawson, CEM, is a community preparedness branch manager at the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness in Louisiana. All of her bio, as well as all of the bios of all the presenters for the conference, are in the link to bios, which is in the conference schedule. Cheri Crain has worked for the state of Louisiana for over 20 years, and she is now works at the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs, and she is a compliance and planning program manager too, and oversees the responsibility of disaster management. Dr. Crystal Henderson is currently FEMA's Regional Disability Integration Advisor for the state of Louisiana. And Jessica Michot is the founder and director of Trach Mommas of Louisiana, which has done a lot of work in regards to disaster response for people with complex medical needs. And I will also be speaking in this panel, and I am Bambi Polotzola, and I am the director of the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs. So thank you guys all for doing this presentation. I'm gonna go ahead and share the PowerPoint now. I have that duty. Let's see if I can get this right. Okay, can you all see the cover page of the PowerPoint?
I can see it, Bambi. This is Amy.
Okay, Amy, well, you can go ahead and kick it off.
Well, good afternoon, everybody who's made it this far to the afternoon on emergency preparedness. This is living in South Louisiana or anywhere in Louisiana is really an important topic, as we've all can attest to over the past year. So we've entitled this Emergency Preparedness, Are We Over It Yet? And at this point, I'm going to kick it over to my colleague, Jessica, to talk about other, other issues and make some parallels between emergency management and how you have to really be informed and stay informed and make sure that we can't be over it yet. Jessica?
Thanks, Amy. So are we over it yet? That has been a statement. I'm so over it. I'm so over it. That's been something we've heard over and over again for the last year and a half. I'm so over COVID. I'm so over these weather events. I'm so over everything. I think we can all attest that we have reached our maximum capacity for stress over the last year and a half at various times. So I just wanted to tell a little story. I have two sons who had tracheostomies and G-tubes, were on oxygen and ventilators. And something our doctors taught us early on was about alarm fatigue. So what is alarm fatigue? That is something that is well known in the nursing setting. And it's kind of when nurses become desensitized to alarms and they don't recognize the important alarms. So they hear all these bells and whistles in the hospital settings, and then they stop paying attention to them, frankly. So that's something doctors taught us early on. Hey, you're gonna get alarm fatigue. You have to pay attention. So that was something that was ingrained. Well, it happens in caregiver settings. So my son was probably 6, but maybe 7. He had been home about 5 or 6 years. And my son alarmed constantly, like over 10, 20 times a night, from his ventilator, from his concentrator, from his pulse ox machine. Sorry, he just alarmed a lot. And it was important to acknowledge that. Well, it was one period of just lack of nursing, just not good sleep for me. And his alarm started going off. And it was one of those periods too, where, you know, you just fall asleep, but you're not really asleep, and you're kind of groggy. And his alarm started going off. And I remember thinking, do I have to get up? Like, it's just another false alarm. And I got up. And luckily I got up, because at that point, his blood oxygen saturation was in the 80s, the lower 80s, and his ventilator was malfunctioning. So the big thing with alarm fatigue is a lot of lives are lost because a lot of people miss those alarms. And that night, we very well could have lost him. And I tell this story in the disaster setting, and you're probably thinking, why is she telling this? This is on emergency preparedness. Because people are saying, are we over it? We're so over this. And it's easy to get in that mindset. But we don't have the luxury. Our families don't have that luxury. It's not, I have a newborn baby. I can stop at Walmart and buy his formula when we evacuate, and it'll be fine. I couldn't do that with my sons with tracheostomies. I couldn't buy their supplies at Walmart. So it takes a little bit more preparation for our families, and we don't have the luxury that other families have to not be prepared for every event. So it's important to not have disaster fatigue, just as important to not have alarm fatigue. So I just wanted to kick it off and tell that little story, and hope to kind of drive that point home that we can't afford to be over it yet. And I'm going to send it back to Amy.
Jessica, thank you so much for sharing your story about your amazing sons. Gabe was such an amazing little boy, and we've learned so much through your advocacy and through so much from him, that this really hits home for us. And, you know, just like she said, you can't be fatigued on alarms. Well, you can't be fatigued in disaster response. So we're going to do a little recap of where we've been last year. Emergency management really roles and responsibilities. FEMA, Dr. Henderson's going to do some FEMA myths, and we're going to talk a little bit about what you can do to be prepared. Next slide, Bambi. So this is a list of all of the federal declarations that we had last year. COVID pandemic was March of 2020. We activated for Tropical Storm Cristobal. That was June. Tropical Storms Laura and Marco. That was August. Sally was next in September. Hurricanes Delta and Zeta were both October of 2020 of last year. Then we were hit by severe storms in February. And then again, we were hit by another round of severe storms, tornadoes and flooding. And that was May of this year. So a lot of our families have been activated, or a lot of our families have evacuated or sheltered. Some people have lost homes from multiple disasters. So these were the number of federal declarations that we had last year. And so you can see just in the past year, how many times people and families had to respond and to pull out their emergency preparedness plan. Next slide. So just a bit about a hurricane season. Last year, we evacuated our EOC 7 times due to threats of tropical cyclones. Hurricane Cristobal, Hannah, Marco, Laura, Sally, Delta, Zeta. By the time we were finished, we thought we had pledged a sorority or a fraternity with each other. Last year, we experienced the most tropical cyclones, which was 5 to make landfall all in one season. That was Cristobal, Marco, Laura, Delta, and Zeta. It was the first time we've ever had 2 landfalls in October that late in the season. So I know we always talk about early on in the season, but you know, around October is kind of when we kind of catch our breaths, but we couldn't catch our breaths this year because we had 2 landfalls. Next slide. So we cannot afford to be over it. Like Jessica said, our families can't afford to be over it. Our citizens can't afford to be over it. We are still just as at risk. We are still, as we ramp up and things ramp up for COVID, we thought we were over COVID. We are now seeing more and more people at our state isolation site. We are getting requests for more and more testing kits. I've never seen this amount of testing kits that come through our state system since before the vaccine. So we can't be over COVID either. And COVID brings a totally different nexus onto evacuation and sheltering. So next slide. So in emergency management in Louisiana, in 2006, we formed what we have all affectionately termed EMDAC, the Louisiana Emergency Management Disability and Aging Coalition. And it formed as a result of the life safety issues that people face following Hurricanes Katrina in that 2005 season. Some of our membership include individuals, and those individuals are a lot of times people with disabilities. They are people who were key in their state agencies or representing agencies that support people with disabilities, and then they've retired. So we've had them stick around. There are various state agencies on EMDAC. There's nonprofit organizations, and there's some for-profit businesses, such as some of the insurance companies that are a part of this Emergency Management Disability and Aging Coalition. This is the coalition that really supports and tries to guide and give resources and guidance to our local emergency managers. A lot of time emergency managers are retired military, they are retired fire chiefs or police chiefs, and really don't have an expertise in disability and disability awareness. So we're the team that formed that helps guide those emergency managers in disability and planning for, responding to, and helping the citizens recover in their jurisdictions. Next slide. So this is a bit about our mission statement. We feel EMDAC is a group that's going to advocate for and to support emergency management efforts to serve all people in Louisiana, and particularly those people with disabilities and those who are aging. We believe that the needs and the safety of all people, particularly those with disabilities and who are aging, must be carefully considered and adequately addressed before, during, and after a disaster or emergency within the state. So this is a little bit about our mission and our value, and we provide that to emergency managers. We try to help them, guide them in their planning efforts, help them with their exercises. And then when we go into response, we try to bring them as much knowledge and resources as we can. Next slide. Bambi, are you there? Next slide. So this is a little bit about emergency management roles and responsibilities. If anybody is up late at night or you need some good reading to sleep, this is the law that defines how Louisiana conducts emergency management. So Louisiana Revised Statute Title 29, Chapter 6, it defines the roles and responsibilities of parish and state leaderships. It talks about the role of the governor. It is the basis of how we are structured in Louisiana for emergency management. Next slide. So Parish Office of Emergency Preparedness. Each parish, each one of the 64 parishes in Louisiana has an Office of Emergency Preparedness. Each parish office has a director, and that director in that office has a local emergency operations plan. Those directors are the first line of defense for an emergency. So a lot of times when we have emergencies or disasters, the local jurisdiction, the Office of Emergency Preparedness director will work with the parish president, or the police jury president, and they will come up with if it's appropriate to call for an evacuation, if it's appropriate to open up a shelter. A lot of times we think big hurricanes, but a lot of local emergencies are done and handled at the local level. Like I said, each parish has a plan. Each parish has agencies that respond and work day to day in that local jurisdiction. I don't know if this is the slide I'm on, but
Amy, I apologize. It started to move forward without me moving it, so I'm not sure where we were at.
It's okay.
Okay. See, it starts to move forward by itself. So that somebody must have put something in this PowerPoint to make it go forward on itself.
Okay. That's okay. We can go on. Each local parish office of emergency preparedness, they have a special role. They are the ones who do alerts, and they are the ones who will notify their citizens if there is an emergency or disaster. That's not really something that the state does, or something that FEMA will do. The responsibility for alerting of citizens that there is an emergency really rests within the local jurisdiction. Next slide.
Amy, what slide are you on? I apologize. I had to.
It's okay. This one says the Louisiana Homeland Security and Disaster Act.
That's where you're at right now?
That's what I see. If you can advance it, that'd be great.
Okay. You talked about the parishes.
Yes, every parish has its jurisdiction, and every parish has their plans. So each office, like I said, there's local warning and alert systems. It is very, very important to know if your parish has a local warning system and know how to sign up. You can actually find lists on our website, the GOHSEP website, or you can Google your local Office of Emergency Preparedness. A lot of them have websites where you can sign up and warnings. Some of our major jurisdictions, such as Baton Rouge, has Red Stick Ready. New Orleans has NOLA Ready. So you can go to those websites and go to their websites, call their offices, and ask them if there's a local warning system, and if you should sign up for that. Next slide. Some parishes also have local special needs registries. There's two thoughts out there on special needs registries, but if your parish has one, call them and sign up. And not just call and say, I want to put my name on a list. Ask them a few questions. Ask them, what does this mean for you? So do I have to register every year? Does it mean that somebody's going to call you in an emergency? Does it mean that somebody's just going to show up at your door with the bus to pick you up? Or do you have to call them in an emergency and request assistance? So make sure you, one, are familiar with your parish Office of Emergency Preparedness, and two, see if there's alerts or warnings that you can sign up for, and three, ask them if there's a local special needs registry, and if you need to put your name on it, register on that system, if that's something you choose to want to do. So next slide. So some of the laws in emergency management, parishes must use their own resources before coming to the state to ask for assistance. And once they've exhausted all of their resources, then they can request resources from local or other state partners. Next slide. So some of these questions are, how do I know if I need to evacuate? How do I know what shelters are open? What do I do if I need transportation? Pay attention to your local officials. The local officials will tell you if you need to evacuate. A lot of times during our last rounds of evacuations and shelters, we partner with 211. So you could either text 211 or you can call 211 and they would tell you which shelters were open for that particular event. Your Office of Emergency Preparedness will also have what they call parish pickup points. So if you don't have transportation, the parish has plans to provide that. So you might have to get to a local parish pickup point where coach buses, or we do have paratransits on contract, or we do have a few ambulances if that's the type of transportation you need. So make sure if you need evacuation assistance, ask them where that parish pickup point is And if you can't get there, call them up and say, look, I can't get to the parish pickup point. Someone might need to come and pick me up. So parishes in the states have plans to evacuate people out of our coastal areas to shelters during a hurricane that are usually up north in safer locations. Also on transportation, there's a small percentage of our coach buses that have mandatory lifts and can take power chairs. We have tried to contract for more. They are, as you guys already know, transportation assets are limited when it comes to people with disabilities or the aging. So it's not going to get any better in an emergency. So if you need to leave early, or even if the local official isn't calling for any type of evacuation, but you know that you're electrically dependent, call your local resources, whoever transports you to your doctor's office, whatever local, medical van, ask them if they can transport you to a shelter location somewhere. Make sure you keep in touch with all of your support services, because those people are still connected to us in our EMDAC group, even during an emergency. So during an emergency, I know I've talked a lot about pay attention to your local emergency management officials, but also work with the groups that you're connected to every day that help provide services. They will be a good resource for you when you have to evacuate or shelter. And if you're one of those groups that actually support, you're one of those groups that support people, or you're participating today as a provider, if you need help, reach out to one of our EMDAC partners during an emergency. We run daily stakeholder calls during an emergency to make sure that we know of any and all unmet needs out there. So I know that my contact information will be somewhere on this presentation, or Bambi have it on my bio. Reach out to us if you're one of those providers, or if you're a person with disabilities and you want to get some additional assistance on making a plan. Just reach out to me and we can figure out what's best for you. But continue to work with your locals and the people who support you every day in your everyday activities of living. So next slide. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Cheri, who's going to talk a little bit about the Office of Elderly Affairs.
Thank you, Amy. So I'm just going to kind of go over a brief overview of what the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs does. We are the state unit on aging for Louisiana. The core programs for which GOE has oversight is a wide range of in-home and community-based supports to basically help the aging citizens remain independent, active, and at their house. These programs serve as the foundation for the Aging Network's responsibility to bring together and coordinate a variety of services and activities for older adults. Next slide, please. So we put this in here to just kind of give you an idea of what our mission is, our philosophy, and our agency goal. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but basically our mission is to serve as the focal point for the development, implementation, and administration of public policy for the state of Louisiana to address the needs of the state's elderly citizens. Next slide, please. So some of the services that we provide, we target those older citizens who are more vulnerable and are in need. We provide services to individuals who are at least 60 years of age and are assessed to be the most needy. Our agency network consists of 64 councils on aging, one in each parish. These councils are the boots on the ground that provide those services to the elderly, in addition to the aging and disability resource centers that serve the aged and disabled population. Next slide, please. So some of those services that our councils on agency provide is meals, transportation, Senior RX program, our Aging and Disability Resource Centers program, State Ombudsman program, Elderly Protective Service program, and our Senior Employment program. If you need any more information or any details on any of these programs, please just reach out. My contact information will be coming up shortly. We can get you any information that you need on these services, and we can send you to the right person to talk to them to see if you qualify for these services. What we find is there's a lot of seniors that really don't know what kind of services we provide until they need them. We want to try and get out the word before you need those services, if at all possible. Next slide, please. GOEA participates in mass feeding, response, and recovery support functions during disasters, which also includes some of our state and federal councils, committees, and conferencing to accurately assess the needs and support services of citizens that are affected by disasters. So when we, as Amy mentioned, we have several committees that we're parts of, that we work with other, agencies to provide those mass feeding, provide those recovery support functions. So we have contact with a lot of other agencies to make sure that everybody is getting the services and the support that they need during a disaster. So the next slide, please, Bambi. So here's my contact information. It has my email address and my phone number. So if you need any more information on services that the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs provides, please reach out and we can get you the information that you need. So that is the end of the brief overview of what the Governor's Office of Elderly Affairs provides. I'm going to now give it to Crystal Henderson with FEMA.
Thank you so much, Cheri. I think I'll wait for Bambi to catch up. I think Bambi's gonna go now.
Hi, everyone. Just want to share a little bit about what the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs role is in regards to emergency and disasters. And as you hear the other presenters today, I usually say my role is just listen to them because they are the experts. And and so I really appreciate the partnerships that we have with the presenters and with others, and that we have people who are so committed to ensuring that people with disabilities and who have access and functional needs their needs are being met in regards to emergencies and disasters. So what GODA role is we facilitate meetings and preparation during and after emergencies. We coordinate basically all the participants in the EMDAC effort, and we do community outreach and engagement in regards to emergency situations and making sure that we have all the stakeholders at the table. We create partnerships with community organizations, and then we're also able to communicate with our state and local governments, whether it be on individual needs or in regards to the community organizations that want to help or need some type of support in helping their communities. We also do assessments of needs in our sheltering environment and environments, I should say, which has been interesting doing I guess Governor Edwards' first term. Before COVID, we would go to large or mass sheltering and be able to interact with the people who needed shelters and were in those shelters, and try and identify what those needs are and then try and get them what they needed. Since COVID and last year with all of the weather events, people were in hotels, and so that just made it a little bit different in identifying the needs of those people who were being sheltered within hotels. But with our partnerships with, as I said, with all of our community agencies and with our state and local government, I feel that we've done a good job of being able to identify those needs and coordinate those needs, and to be a voice for people with disabilities who have access and functional needs. And this is my contact information. And I think Dr. Henderson, it's your turn.
Thanks, Bambi. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Crystal Henderson, and I have the pleasure of not only serving as a member of EMDAC, but I am the Disability Integration Advisor for the state of Louisiana. And the first question I'm always asked is, what does that mean? What is disability integration in terms of FEMA? So in disability integration, we serve a dual role. We serve all of FEMA programming, but we also serve the community as well. So I'll kind of go through the importance of each. So within FEMA, we support all FEMA programming, whether it be individual assistance, public assistance, external affairs, Office of Equal Rights, Civil Rights, et cetera. So we advise all of FEMA programming on making sure that messaging is accessible and all FEMA programming is equitable and inclusive. We also provide technical assistance, and we also do a lot of training internally for the different programs within FEMA. In terms of the community with disability integration, we mainly, a large part of it is we work on building relationships with community partners, whether it be local and state agencies or local nonprofits or various businesses, anyone that serves people that have disabilities or any kind of access and functional needs. So we try to work on building those relationships in order to work with those organizations or local or state government to try to serve the survivors, the citizens of the state of Louisiana. And we also provide assistance to those organizations and to those branches of government and try to act as a conduit between the community as well as FEMA, federal programming. Next slide, Bambi. So I'm not going to read through all of this, just to give you an overview of probably where we're most heavily ingrained in FEMA. So in terms of individual assistance, one of the main things we try to do is emphasize the importance of question 24 when survivors register for FEMA assistance. And question 24 asks the question of, is anyone in the household elderly or have some type of disability or access and functional need? And so we try to get the word out, whether it's through messaging or however, or we just, reach out to our community partners to make sure that survivors know to answer yes on that question. And once they answer yes to that question, all of those registrants are listed within a database, and that way we'll know how many survivors that we have that may have some type of disability or access and functional needs to help us serve those survivors better. We also do briefings on the process of loss and damages of DME, durable medical equipment. We try to help with that to assist, again, working with our community partners and just making sure FEMA individual assistance understands how to serve survivors in doing so. We provide materials specific to the disaster for access and functional needs. And one of the biggest things that we have done throughout the course of the multiple concurrent disasters that we have here in the state, we've collaborated quite a bit with the VALs, and that stands for the Voluntary Agency Liaisons. We've collaborated with them quite a bit on making sure that we address any kind of unmet need that survivors may have. And we also assist in setting up an access and functional needs task force within FEMA that we all come together and sit down and discuss all of those cases in which the survivors answered yes to question 24 during the intake process. Next slide, Bambi. All right, so on the opposite end, in terms of public assistance, we advise PA on the PDMGs and OCL and other local leaders to assess disaster damages and trends. We also provide them with technical assistance as well, where we look at different areas within the state that have applied for PA to see if there's any kind of access and functional need that needs to be addressed in trying to rebuild or trying to assess the damages that have occurred thus far. And we also do a lot of dissemination of information regarding the affected populations in the declared areas. So our job with PA is more of on a broader spectrum, but it's still, we're very heavily involved with them in terms of assisting them, even in terms of when they go in to do the damage assessments as well. Next slide, Bambi. All right, so in external affairs, we collaborate with them to make sure anytime that we have a survivor that needs an interpreter, we work with them to organize and contract out ASLIs, American Sign Language interpreters. So we work to do that. And we also approve any kind of product that's going to be distributed to the public on behalf of FEMA. We work with them to make sure that there's accessible messaging with those products that are delivered as well. And we also provide guidance on any kind of access and functional need that we receive, that EA received. That's a congressional inquiry. So we work quite a bit of those as well to make sure that we address any kind of inquiry that comes from a congressional standpoint. In direct housing, and this has probably been the biggest portion that I've been working with here lately. Once direct housing has been approved according to the disaster, we work really heavily with the direct housing task force on accessibility needs in terms of housing, because we'll have survivors that may need accessibility ramps, or they'll need grab bars in the showers, et cetera. So we work really closely with direct housing to make sure that we address any kind of access and functional need that may occur while they're trying to place survivors in direct housing as well. Next slide, Bambi. All right, so one of the things that I thought may be very helpful during this presentation is to kind of go over some of the myths versus some of the facts in terms of FEMA. We see this and have seen this a lot during the course of the disasters that we've had here since August of 2020. And the first one, and this, again, this list is not all inclusive. It's just some of the ones that we see quite a bit in terms of the myths, in terms of what people think FEMA does versus what FEMA actually does for the public. So we'll go we'll have the myths on the left and you have the facts on the right. The first myth, I can't get FEMA help since I have insurance. That's the myth. And the fact is, by law, we cannot duplicate benefits, meaning we can't cover the charges if you have homeowners insurance. But what we find is people that are underinsured for their losses should also go ahead and apply to FEMA to see if they qualify for assistance. And of course, that's just going to depend on the situation. But just saying that you don't qualify for FEMA assistance because you have insurance as a blanket statement is a myth. That's not true. You should still go ahead and apply. The second myth, if I get evicted, let me see. If I get evicted from my apartment after disaster, there's nothing FEMA can do to help. That's a myth as well. The fact is, Louisiana renters who face a notice to relocate from their hurricane damaged dwelling may be eligible for disaster assistance from FEMA. So a lot of people think that it's just for homeowners, but they're also for renters as well. So again, you would have to apply. The third one, which goes into the third myth, I'm a renter. I thought FEMA assistance was only for homeowners, for home repairs. Again, FEMA assistance is not just for homeowners. FEMA may provide assistance to help renters who lost personal property or who were displaced. A lot of times with FEMA, just depending on qualifications, you may be eligible to receive rental assistance or also be compensated for loss of property, just depending on your situation and what all is included when you register for FEMA. Next slide, Bambi. righty. Let's see, those are the biggest myths that we see now. And again, this is not all inclusive, but these are some of the major ones that we see quite a bit during disaster. So I guess the main takeaway that I would say is, when in doubt, just apply for FEMA assistance. And the main thing is to make sure that you include any kind of documentation that people ask for. Thank you, baby. I thought I had a few more. And that's the most important thing, is to make sure that when you apply any kind of documentation that they're requesting, make sure that you submit that documentation. Or if you get confused about what you have submitted, what you haven't submitted, what's missing, there's always a FEMA helpline that you can call as well, and they can give you more details on your case and what you're missing and the status of your registration. The fourth myth, I only got about 3 more. The fourth myth, I didn't apply for help because I don't want a loan. This is a big one. A lot of people think that when you apply for FEMA assistance, you're getting a loan. FEMA grants do not have to be paid back. The grants may cover different expenses from temporary housing, home repairs, replacement of personal property, disaster-related needs such as medical, dental, funeral, transportation costs, et cetera, et cetera. The next myth, number 5, if there are other family members or roommates living with me, FEMA is not going to give them any help. That's a myth as well. What FEMA does, they evaluate the needs of all eligible survivors on a case-by-case basis. So you have to be sure to tell FEMA about the needs of all members in your household, whether they're related to one another or not. So if they're living in the household, that needs to be reported once you apply for FEMA assistance. And that's been one of the issues that we face, where everybody that lived in the household was not included when they first applied. So make sure you give all that information once you apply for FEMA assistance. And number 6, the last myth, FEMA has the final word. If my application is denied, that's it. There is nothing I can do about it. Again, this is another myth that is incorrect. Every applicant is entitled to an appeal. So if you are turned down, if you are denied FEMA assistance, there is an appeal process that you can go through. And the best thing to do is just go through that appeal process. No system is perfect. There are some flaws in it. So it's really important that if you are turned down, that you go through the appeal process. And at that point, FEMA will work with you to let you know, a lot of times it was just forms were missing, or people didn't submit something they were supposed to submit. So, accidents happen. So I would advise everybody, if you get denied, make sure you go through the appeal process and work with the FEMA helpline to kind of get a clear understanding as to what was missed or why you were denied initially. So that's basically all I have in terms of my presentation for disability integration and how we intersect with EMDAC, how we serve the community and we serve the survivors of the state of Louisiana. My contact information is listed here, including my cell phone number and email. Should you have any questions that are related to disability integration, if it's just overall questions within FEMA, I may have the answers, I may not, because I don't claim to be an expert in all FEMA programming, but if I don't have the answer, I can get the answer for you. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Crystal. And yes, we do have a wonderful partnership. Louisiana is truly blessed to have you, Crystal, as part of our FEMA team and part of our EMDAC team. So what can we do? I mean, what can you do at this point? As far as individual responsibility, plan ahead, prepare a family disaster plan, maintain a disaster supply kit, stock essentials for at least 72 hours. Stay aware, watch and listen to your local news, and listen to your public officials. And again, sometimes public officials are making blanket statements for their general public. But if you know that this emergency and you're electrically dependent, or it's going to take you extra time to get out, plan ahead and put that in your own personal plan. Next slide. Do you have insurance? Review your insurance policies, know your coverage, plan and purchase flood insurance, buy flood insurance even if your home is not in the flood zone. When I moved from New Orleans after Katrina to Baton Rouge, they told me, well, your house is not on the flood zone. I was like, oh no, I have to get flood insurance. So if you live in Louisiana at this point, even if you're not in a flood zone, please consider getting flood insurance. Be sure to consider contents. There's a 30-day wait period for flood insurance to go into effect. So you can start making those preparations now. Next slide. What about the pandemic? So include individual masks for everybody in your family, reinforce social distancing guidelines, protect yourself and others if you're sick, maintain disinfected and good hand hygiene and sanitizers. One of the things we found last year when we put everybody in hotels during the pandemic, because they were in hotels that also had the general public, I would get calls all the time that people were running around with no masks on and not following some of the pandemic considerations. That was for Hurricane Laura. And when we moved into some of our other hurricanes, we went to a congregate setting first. So everyone went to one of those traditional larger shelters. And it was easier at that point to maintain some of the pandemic consideration in that congregate shelter, because we could do mask mandates and everybody in the shelter was there. There was no general public per se in those shelters. It also helped us identify people with access and functional needs and disabilities easier. Finding people with disabilities once they got into hotels was a challenge. So,
fucking crazy whore.
Excuse me? So, I think everybody thought we were over the pandemic. And so our plans for this year is to go to congregate settings first and then move on to non-congregate if the sheltering lasts for a while. We'll just have to see when we go into a disaster where we are in the pandemic. If we are in a major outbreak, those plans might change and we might go to non-congregate first. It is really important for you to, listen to local officials and to pay attention to where we are both in the COVID outbreak and where we are in the evacuation or the sheltering for a particular disaster or event in your jurisdiction. Next slide. This is our keep calm, reach out, and stay well. So we still have a toll-free hotline. It's a helpline, and it provides emotional support, and it links callers to the local governing entities in their area if you need crisis counseling, or if you're struggling with the many disasters or the disaster fatigue, or just in a bad place, in a slump, like, oh my God, this is going to happen again. Reach out, keep calm, and stay well, and reach out to the partners on this through this 1-800-186 helpline. Next slide. We also still have our clearinghouse for COVID-19 tips and resources. It's conquercovid19.louisiana.la. So if you need any additional information about COVID, that's the website that we can direct everyone to so you can get the latest and the greatest on COVID. Next slide. So what can we do to be prepared? And Jessica, I believe this is your slide. So maybe you want to talk a little bit about your experiences and what our population can do to be prepared.
Okay. What can you do to be prepared? Stay calm. Cool heads prevail in times of emergency. We know we all panic, and it's better to stay calm and have a plan ahead of time, which goes on to the next point. Make a plan. Remember, you have to update or change your yearly plans. And I was one of those people that when our support coordinator said, okay, what are your plans? And I said, okay, I'll just jot down something. And I didn't really put a whole lot of thought into it until after the 2016 flood. And then I said, oh no, I really need to put a lot more thought into this. So I encourage you to put a lot of effort into, a lot of thought, a lot of effort into making those plans and having those concrete plans, but know that they may change. If planning gets too overwhelming, start small to keep grounded. Again, I'm one who has high anxiety, so I like to start small. What needs to get done? Start by making a list. If things need to get purchased, we know money is tight with everyone, so make small purchases throughout the year. If you know you're going to need underwear for everyone, buy a pack for each person a month. If you need socks, buy a pack each time, and then have them put away in your bin to say, okay, this is what we're going to do. And remember, Rome wasn't built in a day. Have a family meeting to ensure everyone is aware of the plan. There's always going to be that one person who's out of the loop. So you need to loop everybody in and try to say, okay, this is our plan and this is what we're going to do, because this one person is always going to go astray. In addition to having contacts in your phone, make a hard copy contact list of doctors, mental health professionals, providers, support coordinators, and emergency after hours lines. And I stress the mental health professionals and any emergency after hours lines at this time, just because we know we've all been overwhelmed. And the emergency after hours line, some clinics are closed, some clinics only take these people at this time and these insurances, and some don't take Medicaid. So it's really important to know who will take you, who won't, and stay in touch with your doctors. And as always, your support coordinators, if you have a Medicaid waiver, you should stay in contact with them constantly if you evacuate.
All right, next slide. Oh.
Do I need to go to the previous one?
Yeah, go back to the previous slide, yes.
I think that one's mine too.
Yes, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Monitor COVID statistics in nearby states. You want to make sure that some people, same as last year, some states have different mask policies. Some states have different policies on certain things regarding COVID. So you want to make sure to stay abreast of that. Let any providers, including support coordinators, know if you don't plan to stay at home. And this includes your direct support workers, includes any skilled nursing agencies, things like that. Bring extra medical supplies to change out more frequently when evacuating. We know that when we travel, things get lost, things just get misplaced. And sometimes if you're evacuating, you may be in an unfamiliar place and just with illnesses all around, RSV's up, COVID's up, everything. So you may want to change out those supplies more frequently. Be sure to include at least a 5-day supply of medication, medical supplies, masks for entire family, disinfectant, gloves, etc. And last but not least, bring any necessary comfort items. I think we tend to underestimate this one until we really need it. It includes sensory items, books, headphones, anything that's going to make you or your children more comfortable and make things easier. I'm all about what's going to make it easier for the family.
All right, next slide. So in helping you get together a plan, we have our website at GOHSEP. It's www.getagameplan.org. And there's a lot of good resources and tips on how to form a family plan, how to form a business plan, a mitigation plan. And there's also a cool section on for kids. So sometimes, we need to make sure that we are keeping our kids in the planning, because they'll get to the shelter, they'll get scared. They have to leave their home, they get scared. And monitor what they understand too. So you could go to getagameplan.org and try to bite the little elephant, like Jessica said. Rome wasn't built in a day. So you can go here and figure out what step 1 is for you and your family. Next slide. So we also have our Louisiana Emergency Preparedness Guides. These preparedness guides are on the GOHSEP website. You can also go to some of your support coordinators could have these resource guides. Some of the support agencies, the local Red Cross that have some of these emergency preparedness guides. They are written in English, Vietnamese, and in Spanish. So you can find the PDF files on our website. It has a lot of good information on evacuations. It has a list of all of the Office of Emergency Preparedness directors in our state and their phone numbers. You can also get information from our State Joint Information Center. It's called the JIC, and our press staff will put out information to local media and do different press releases during an emergency. We also have the Louisiana EAS system that we can, as a state, override, or we can, get onto your news and or override your TV programs and give out various alerts. Then there's the NOAA weather radio, and we don't put out the ESA weather alerts. Those come straight from the National Weather Service, but all of the other alerts we can control. Some of the ones we put out as a GOHSEP or as a state are like when we shut down I-10 or major things we would put out as a state. But more than likely, some of these alerts and the EAS systems will come from your local Office of Emergency Preparedness. Next slide. We also put out certain public information, PSAs, public service announcements. We have them on the news, the television, the radio, and we do them with a bunch of different local celebrities, some of our state leadership. I know during COVID, we did one with Coach O. Certain people in Louisiana, happen to want to get the message from the LSU football coach. So we do have a lot of public information and public service announcements. Next slide. Get a Game Plan also has an app for your phone. So you can download it from the Apple Store, from your Android shop. And it's just a mobile version of Get a Game Plan. And there's some interesting different things. You can upload pictures. You can say that you're safe. And you can develop your emergency game plan. Saying that and checking in that you're safe is important, because a lot of times we'll have the support coordinators that will call GOHSEP or call the agency in charge of the shelter and want to know where their people are. Well, sometimes it's hard for us running shelters to know if someone's looking for you for a nefarious reason, or they're actually looking for you and you actually want them to know where you are. So this on our website, you can mark yourself safe. And there's also one in Red Cross called Safe and Well that you can use to mark yourself safe in an emergency. So this is a handy app. If you have space and a device, please download this to your phone. Next slide. So this website, emergency.la.gov, the other resources I talked about for public information are up all year long, like 24/7. You can go to Get a Game Plan. You can look at our PSAs. This website, emergency.la.gov, is going to be tailored specifically for an event. So this page will only be live if there's a emergency live in Louisiana. And as you can see, there's links over to the right with different agencies, links to DOTD. There's all kind of information. So this would be your one-stop shop for if you want to know what the weather's doing, if you want to know what the businesses are doing. So this, again, is only activated in an emergency, but it'll be a good one-stop shop for everybody to click on and figure out where we are and to create one really good operating picture for the state of Louisiana. Next slide. This is another alert system that we have in Louisiana called Alert FM. You can download this app from the App Store again, and you can sign up for different alerts on your phone. A lot of the alerts are weather related. Back when it first started, there was a digital transmission that you went to a receiver, but we really don't use those anymore. It transmits digital messages based on your geographics or your organizational groupings. There's no fees. The customers can download it. I would encourage you to download this. It will send, each parish has the ability to send out alerts through Alert FM as we do with the state. So download this app and it will give you weather emergencies. It will give you Amber alerts. It'll give you hazardous material, hazmat incidents in Louisiana. So just, this is another tool that we have as emergency managers in our toolbox to communicate disasters to our public. Next slide. GOHSEP also has social media pages. During an emergency, we get many hits on our Facebook page, our Twitter page. I know nobody at Facebook and Twitter. I'm not sure about Instagram, but this is a copy of our Facebook page. I think, Bambi, the next slide is going to be our Twitter. So there will be links on there, links to maps, links to weather reports. So if you need information during a disaster, you could check out our social media pages. Next slide. Our communications director, that's him, his picture right there, that's Mike Steele. And he does, I think, a monthly podcast. So he'll invite a representative from FEMA maybe one day to talk about a certain FEMA topic, or he'll invite the Coastal Protection Agency to talk about coastal projects. I would encourage you guys, if there's a topic you think you want to listen to or hear something on an expert, go and look at the podcast. Again, they're all at our gohsep.la.gov/resources/podcast. And you can look at the archive podcast that Mike Steele has, and maybe you find a topic that you would really be interested in. Next slide. We're also on the web at gohsep.la.gov. And you can also go to, like I said before, getagameplan.org. GOHSEP.la.gov will have all of the preparedness guides and will be a wealth of information for the information from our state and our state agencies. Next slide. And I do believe that is it. And I have enjoyed speaking with you guys today. I hope you learned a lot. I'm usually the low man on the totem pole. The other experts that you heard from are really experts. And if we haven't portrayed anything else, we do. It is our life mission, all of the panelists here, to make sure that in an emergency, everyone is remembering our whole community. And that includes people with disabilities, people with access and functional needs, and our aging population. And Bambi, unless anybody else on the panel has everything else, I think that's it for us.
Thank you, everyone. Jessica, Amy, Cheri, Crystal, for all the information. We had a great second day of the conference. We had our halfway point. Our conference will start off again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and we have 5 great sessions again tomorrow. All of our sessions are being published on the Governor's Office of Community Programs YouTube channel. So we'll have public access if you want to go back and watch anything or share with anyone. And I'll go ahead and close for today, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you, guys.